Chapter 1. Never in his wildest dreams did Wang Mang imagine that he would drown in his own reservoir. When he woke up, he discovered that he had turned into a small python. At this moment, not far from the reservoir, in a shrub, a 2-meter-long python was looking at the calm surface of the reservoir in the distance. Its cold snake eyes revealed a human-like blankness. Even though Wang Mang had turned into a python for more than 2 months, from the beginning when he was a small python to the current 2-meter-long python. However, he still found it hard to accept the fact that he had turned from a rich second generation into a python. Every day after he hunted to fill his stomach, he would run to his reservoir and stare blankly. Sigh, whatever, it's better to live than to die. If I'm a python, then so be it. Sighing, Wang Mang decided to start a new life from now on. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Devouring evolution. System binding successful. Ding. Host, do you want to check personal information? After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned for a long time. When he came back to his senses, Wang Mang felt relieved. He had turned into a snake. What else could he not accept? Moreover, before Wang Mang died, he was a fan of novels. Thinking about this, Wang Mang said in his mind, "Yes, check personal information." Then, a virtual page appeared in his mind. Host, Wang Mang type, Burmese python status. Young Burmese python status. Healthy body, 2 meters long, 26 kilograms weight. Fighting strength, 30 kilograms bite force, 30 kilometers per hour. Skills, death coil evolution points, 0 out of 100, obtained by devouring prey. After looking at the information, Wang Mang was stunned. Is this my current status? As if he thought of something, Wang Mang immediately asked in his mind, System, can I obtain evolution points by devouring prey? Yes. Host can continuously become stronger by devouring prey. Wang Mang immediately asked excitedly, in other words, as long as I devour enough prey, I can continuously become stronger, even become like in the movies? Yes, as long as host can continuously devour prey. After hearing the system's words, Wang Mang became excited. Only now did he feel that his future life would not be so boring. Moreover, in order to quickly evolve, Wang Mang could not sit still. He immediately moved his body and burrowed into the forest again. As for why did Wang Mang not enter the reservoir to hunt? It was because Wang Mang was afraid of death. In his previous life, he was fishing in his family's reservoir. In the end, he caught an unknown creature that dragged him into the reservoir. In the end, because he was dragged too far away from the shore, he was completely exhausted and could not swim back to the shore, so he drowned. After entering the forest, Wang Mang began to search for prey. In this forest, wild animals, and even wild dogs, and wild dogs. As for large carnivorous wild animals, Wang Mang hadn't discovered any in the past 2 months. Of course, although he did not find the footprints of large wild carnivores, Wang Mang still did not dare to let his guard down. In his previous life, Wang Mang had heard from the villagers that there were sightings of brown bears and tigers in the forest behind the mountain range. As for whether there were any, was that important? After dying once, Wang Mang did not dare to risk his life. After entering the forest, Wang Mang did not find any worthy targets. He only saw squirrels and birds in the trees. Moreover, as his serpent god's body was brown, yellow, and black, it was not easy to hide. Wang Mang could only hide in a pile of dead leaves and wait for his prey to come to him. Pythons were not as fast and agile as other snakes. As everyone knew, pythons were not fast, except when they were underwater. Therefore, Wang Mang's hunting method these days was to lie in ambush and wait for prey. When night came, he would still be able to gain something. In addition, The place that Wang Mang chose to hide had mountain rats and wild rabbits all year round. This was also the reason why Wang Mang survived until now. Prey that was too big to eat, and prey that was too small to eat. Therefore, Wang Mang could barely eat mountain rats and small wild rabbits. Of course, a medium-sized wild rabbit could support him for half a month without eating anything, and he wouldn't feel hungry. While Wang Mang was patiently waiting, the sun finally set behind the mountain and night arrived. The forest at night was the scariest. Wang Mang had experienced this before. In the forest, all kinds of animals were active, especially the carnivores. For example, wild dogs, bears, foxes, weasels, and so on. All kinds of animals would be active at night. Wang Mang had seen these animals personally, and there were quite a few of them in this forest. As time passed, the night deepened, and the forest gradually became lively. Suddenly, in Wang Mang's vision, a small animal emitting heat walked towards him. The small animal in his line of sight was a huge wild rabbit. It was looking around vigilantly and moving its body closer to Wang Mang. Obviously, it wanted to pass by Wang Mang's location to find food. After all, there was not much food in the forest, and it was very dangerous. Most of the time, this rabbit would be active near the reservoir looking for food. However, this fat gray rabbit did not know that it had quietly walked into Wang Mang's attack range. When the rabbit entered the attack range and was less than half a meter away from Wang Mang, who had been hesitating for a long time, finally moved. He was like a cold arrow, and the snake's head shot out. As the snake bit the rabbit, its body quickly wrapped around the huge rabbit. After reacting, the rabbit began to fiercely struggle. It was even forced to bite Wang Mang. However, Wang Mang did not loosen his bite, and his body became tighter and tighter. Additionally, the intense pain in his body had thoroughly angered Wang Mang. Under the death coil, the originally fiercely struggling rabbit gradually became exhausted as time passed. After 15 minutes, Wang Mang finally killed the huge rabbit. However, what gave Wang Mang a headache was that the prey was too big. If he ate it alive, he would definitely be stuffed to death. Luckily, there were more methods than difficulties. Half an hour later, Wang Mang had eaten the rabbit by splitting the food. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Devouring a rabbit has awarded you 30 evolution points." A rabbit is actually worth 30 evolution points. Wang Mang immediately became happy. Doesn't this mean if he ate a few more prey tonight, he would be able to evolve? Chapter 2. Moreover, Wang Mang also noticed that after he obtained the system, he had undergone a huge change. Logically speaking, after eating such a big wild rabbit, his movements should have slowed down and a certain part of his body should have swelled up a lot. However, these normal physical reactions did not appear on his body. His body did not change at all. It was as if the prey had been digested the moment it entered his stomach. This terrifying digestion made Wang Mang dumbstruck. At the same time, he was able to continue hunting without worry. That night, the forest was not calm at all. Wang Mang hunted and slaughtered his way through the forest. When the sun was about to rise, Wang Mang finally killed his last prey. It was a fat rat that weighed close to 10 pounds. At the same time, the system's voice rang again. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have swallowed a wild rat. Obtained 8 evolution points." Ding. "Host has met the requirements for evolution. Do you wish to begin evolution?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately said in his heart, "No." Wang Mang found out from the system that the evolution process would take around 2 hours to complete. Thus, Wang Mang needed to find a safe place to begin the evolution. Next, Wang Mang moved his body and quickly returned to the reservoir. He entered a soccer-sized cave. Only then did he feel at ease and said in his heart, "System, begin the evolution." Following that, Wang Mang's entire snake was in so much pain that it lost consciousness. 2 hours later, only then did Wang Mang slowly wake up. First, Wang Mang was surprised to find that he had become bigger. As for how much bigger he had become, Wang Mang estimated that he should be around 3 meters long. "Open my personal information." Following his words, Wang Mang's information appeared in his mind. Host, Wang Mang type, Burmese python status, young Burmese python status. Healthy body, 5 meters long, 40 kilograms weight. Fighting strength, 70 kilograms, bite force, 35 kilometers per hour. Skills, death coil evolution points, 60/200 after reading his personal information. Wang Mang was surprised to find that his weight had almost doubled, and his body length had also increased by half. A 5-meter-long python. He should barely be considered a python now, right? At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Congratulations, host. The first evolution was successful. Acquired new skill, venomous fang. Venomous fangs. Venom 5 times that of a common king cobra." When he heard the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. When he came back to his senses, Wang Mang almost cried tears of joy. Now, he finally had the means to protect himself. After all, the python's common method of killing enemies was to coil around death. Among the snake species, it was not as ferocious as some poisonous snakes. With poison fang, Wang Mang was like a tiger that had grown wings. Moreover, the king cobra's venom was already very powerful. However, the toxicity of the fang of hypertoxic was 5 times that of the cobra. This was extremely cruel. In the future, he would be both a giant python and poisonous. His combat strength would definitely skyrocket. Wang Mang had some understanding of the king cobra's venom. He had seen many news reports before. After someone was bitten by the king cobra, he was poisoned to death within 10 minutes. Even the ambulance could not make it in time. However, now that Wang Mang had the fang of hypertoxic, its venom was 5 times that of the king cobra's venom. Although this venom was not the most poisonous snake in the world, it was still extremely cruel. Thinking about this, Wang Mang was simply bursting with joy. At the same time, he asked curiously, "System, will I be able to obtain a skill or ability every time I evolve?" The system's voice sounded again. "Reminder, host, there is only a probability of obtaining a skill or special ability." All right. Although he would not be able to obtain an ability every time. However, Wang Mang was very confident in his future. After all, there would be many more evolutions in the future. He believed that he would definitely be able to obtain more abilities. Moreover, he was not far from his next evolution. On the first night, he obtained 160 evolution points. Wang Mang believed that it would not be more than 2 days before his second evolution. As for now, Wang Mang could only wait until the sky turned dark before he started hunting. Thinking about this, Wang Mang moved his body and came out of the snake cave. The sun was a bit too bright today. After looking around the reservoir for a while, Wang Mang discovered that there were still people fishing in his reservoir. If they dared to fish in his reservoir before he died and did not pay, he would definitely find trouble with them. His family's reservoir was bought by his father 8 years ago. Basically, it had never been salvaged before. It was completely bought by his father because he had the money to play with. The reservoir was very rich with fish. Of course, there would often be people fishing in his family's reservoir. They would definitely have to pay. Moreover, the people who came to his family's reservoir to fish were all paid by the day, not by a few hours or half a day. Moreover, a few years ago, his father bought 2 batches of fish seedlings and threw them into the Huanshan Reservoir. The fish was very rich. Thinking about this, Wang Mang could not help but sigh. He did not know how his parents were doing recently. On the morning of the second day, Wang Mang impatiently ran back to the cave. That night, his harvest was even more than last time. He caught 3 hares and 6 rats. This gave him another 150 evolution points. Adding on the 60 evolution points that he originally had, he now had 210 evolution points. It was enough for him to evolve again. After returning to the cave, Wang Mang impatiently said, "System, begin evolution." The system's voice echoed. Ding! 200 evolution points deducted. Begin evolution. Chapter 3. 2 hours later. Only then did Wang Mang completely complete his evolution and awaken. Moreover, Wang Mang also discovered that his body had grown a lot after this evolution. He estimated that he was around 5 meters long. System, open my personal information. In order to clearly see his changes, Wang Mang opened his personal information again. Host, Wang Mang type, Burmese Python status. Adult Burmese Python status. Healthy body, 5 meters long, 110 kilograms weight fighting strength, 180 kilograms bite force, 35 kilometers per hour skills, death coil, poisonous fangs evolution points, 10 out of 400. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Now that he was 5 meters long and his calves were thick, he was definitely a qualified python. Moreover, now that he was 5 meters long, he could start hunting medium-sized prey. In short, Wang Mang's evolution had a lot of benefits. However, it was regretful that, at this time, the system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations for evolving again. You have obtained a new skill, skin camouflage. Skin camouflage. You can control your skin to change into any color. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang immediately became happy. He was lamenting that he did not obtain a new skill. Who knew? Speak of the devil. Moreover, the new skill he obtained was very useful. This way, his skin would not be limited to brown, yellow, and black colors. Additionally, the skin camouflage could allow Wang Mang to hunt in many different environments. He could camouflage himself in any environment and blend in with nature, increasing the efficiency and results of capturing prey. Not bad. It seems that my luck is not bad. Wang Mang was very pleased. Now that he had a 5-meter-long snake body and venomous fangs, he could be considered a tyrant even in this small forest near the reservoir. With a happy mood, Wang Mang came out of the hole and prepared to bask in the sun. However, he suddenly heard footsteps from afar. This made Wang Mang immediately become vigilant. He moved his body and hid in the bushes. Then, Wang Mang saw 2 men walking together, a middle-aged man and a young man, carrying fishing boxes and fishing rods. The 2 of them were looking for fishing spots around the reservoir. Furthermore, he could vaguely hear the voices of the 2 people chatting. The middle-aged man said, "I heard that 3 months ago the son of the owner of the reservoir died in this reservoir." The young man's voice sounded, "That's right. However, I heard that this matter is quite strange. The body of the dam owner's son was found in the middle of the reservoir. The weirdest thing is that the fishing rod of the boss' son was found on the other side of the dam. I heard that it was pulled down by some unknown creature." The middle-aged man's voice was filled with surprise. "Is it really that incredible?" The young man's voice sounded, "It's even more unbelievable than what I said. I heard that the son of the owner of the reservoir was preparing to catch a giant fish. He used the largest hook and line, and then something happened. Now, many friends nearby know about it. It's causing a lot of commotion. Some say there's a water ghost, while others say there's an unknown giant in the reservoir." After hearing the conversation between the 2, Wang Mang felt helpless. In fact, what the 2 of them said was indeed the truth. The reservoir contracted by his family was a little strange. There was definitely an unknown creature in it, and it was very large. After all, it was able to pull Wang Mang, a living person, into the reservoir, from the shore to the depths of the reservoir. What a terrifying force! Now, Wang Mang felt a little scared just thinking about it. Only God knew what kind of thing he had caught at that time. In addition, it was worth mentioning that the reservoir contracted by Wang Mang's family was also very large. Although it couldn't be compared to those super large reservoirs, the reservoir contracted by Wang Mang's family was at least 300 mu. That was 200,000 square meters. Just the number of people who came here to fish every year was already a good income. However, Wang Mang's father didn't care about this bit of money. Back then, when Wang Mang got into trouble, Wang Mang's father almost went crazy and wanted to drain the reservoir to find the culprit who killed him. But for a reservoir with an area of 300 mu and a depth of 3 to 400 meters, how much would it cost to drain it? Furthermore, this wasn't something that Wang Mang's father could easily suck dry of his wealth. After all, although the reservoir was contracted by Wang Mang's father, it wasn't privately owned. Otherwise, when Wang Mang got into trouble, his father would have done it long ago. As for now, even if Wang Mang was already 5 meters long and as thick as a calf, he still didn't dare to enter his family's reservoir, unless he was allowed to grow a little more to 15 meters or so. Otherwise, Wang Mang really didn't dare to go down for fear of encountering some unknown creature or water monster. Wang Mang shook his head secretly. After basking in the sun for a while, he returned to the cave to rest again. When night fell, Wang Mang came out of the cave and entered the forest. He moved his snake body and found a new hunting ground, starting a new hunt. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In these 5 days, Wang Mang was diligently hunting every day. Moreover, he had completed 2 more evolutions. Now, Wang Mang's body length had reached 8 meters. In these 5 nights, Wang Mang's targets for hunting became bigger and bigger. Among them, he was hunting wild dogs, goats, and bears. They all became his hunting targets. As for why Wang Mang was so inflated, it was because Wang Mang had obtained 2 new powerful skills in these 2 evolutions. Chapter 4. The first skill was a skill that could strengthen his body's defense. It could make his snake scales as hard as iron. The other skill was a skill that allowed Wang Mang to rapidly heal himself when he was injured. His self-healing ability was simply terrifying. It was these 2 terrifying skills that made Wang Mang become even more arrogant. The number of targets he hunted also continuously increased. Previously, he hunted rats and hares. Now, he hunted bears, wild dogs, goats, and other medium to large prey. Moreover, with 4 skills, Wang Mang's hunting process became much easier. However, what made Wang Mang feel helpless was that ever since he started hunting these medium to large prey, he discovered that in this forest, the prey all subconsciously thought that this area was his territory. Thus, most of the medium to large prey chose to leave this forest. Thus, in the forest that Wang Mang occupied, the number of active medium to large prey decreased by a lot. At this moment, in the darkness of the night, a huge python that was as thick as a thigh and as black as ink was quickly moving its huge body as it searched for prey in the forest. His 8-meter-long body made many small and medium-sized animals flee in fright upon discovering him. This made Wang Mang feel helpless. After all, with a large body, he naturally became more conspicuous. The difficulty of hunting also increased by a lot. After all, if he followed his previous method of waiting for prey, then Wang Mang would have to spend more time, and his harvest would be less. If that was the case, he would not be able to evolve again today. The current Wang Mang needed even more evolution points. The first evolution required 100 evolution points. The second evolution required 200 evolution points. The third evolution required 400 evolution points. The fourth evolution required 800 evolution points. Tonight, if he wanted to complete the fifth evolution, naturally, he needed 1,600 evolution points. He was still 300 evolution points away from Wang Mang's evolution requirement. Last 300 evolution points. I need to hunt a large enough prey to complete the evolution, Wang Mang helplessly thought. And this was because he had already devoured a lot of prey tonight to reach this step. After a long search, Wang Mang finally left the forest and arrived at the back of the mountain range. This was because Wang Mang no longer had any prey that matched his target in the forest near the reservoir. Small and medium prey ran fast and were very vigilant. Wang Mang had to choose the jungle near the back of the mountain range to find prey. However, the truth did not disappoint Wang Mang. As soon as he entered the forest at the back of the mountain range, Wang Mang saw a big wild boar from afar. It seemed to be about 400 to 500 pounds. This plump wild boar immediately caused Wang Mang to become excited. He was confident that he could kill and devour this fat wild boar. He could definitely evolve for the fifth time. Because of that, Wang Mang carefully moved his body closer and closer. However, to Wang Mang's surprise, he hadn't even gotten close when this fat, food-hunting wild boar spotted him. Moreover, this fat wild boar did not retreat. Instead, it stared at Wang Mang and walked towards Wang Mang. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was not surprised. After all, wild boars were omnivorous animals. If there was meat, they would eat it. Moreover, Wang Mang's body was probably not a threat to the wild boar. After all, Wang Mang was only 8 meters long. Thus, this wild boar was very daring. It actually stared at Wang Mang. Facing this, Wang Mang could not help but secretly sneer. At the same time, Wang Mang was like a king cobra. He raised his 2-meter-tall snake head and coldly stared at the wild boar. Wang Mang's actions also made the wild boar subconsciously take a step back. It was somewhat hesitant. It obviously felt a dangerous aura from Wang Mang. This was undoubtedly telling it that the python in front of it was not to be trifled with. Therefore, this wild boar undoubtedly did not act rashly. Instead, it circled around Wang Mang. At the same time, Wang Mang was also looking for an opportunity to attack. He had to ensure that his attack was successful. As long as Wang Mang bit this wild boar and injected the poison in his fangs, this wild boar would be his meal. The situation was in a stalemate for a few minutes. Then, Wang Mang suddenly moved. Like a cold arrow, the snake headbit the wild boar's neck. At the same time, while biting this fat wild boar, Wang Mang also injected the poison that was already prepared in his fangs. Ho-ho-ho! Accompanied by a miserable howl, this wild boar was obviously enraged. It immediately rushed towards Wang Mang crazily while howling. Even though Wang Mang had already let go of the snake's mouth, he was still sent flying by this crazy wild boar's mouth. He landed heavily on the ground. Even though he was not injured, Wang Mang was still confused from being coaxed. His head was a little shaken. But when Wang Mang saw the wild boar rushing towards him crazily again, he immediately moved his body and climbed up a thick tree. But even so, this wild boar obviously did not give up. It continued to gnaw on this big tree. It was obviously very angry. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang did not care at all. His body was wrapped around this tree. No matter how the wild boar under the tree messed around, he was still calm and at ease. Because in less than 15 minutes, this wild boar would definitely fall. Wang Mang injected a lot of poison with his fangs earlier. Not to mention this wild boar. Even if an elephant came, it would also fall down within an hour. Moreover, the more the wild boar struggled, the faster the poison would take effect. Therefore, Wang Mang now only needed to wait for the prey to fall to the ground, and then he would be able to enjoy this 4 to 500 catty wild boar. This wild boar was also the biggest prey that Wang Mang had recently caught. Therefore, after swallowing this wild boar, Wang Mang would be able to undergo the 5th evolution. At that time, his body length would definitely reach a length of 10 meters. Chapter 5. Sure enough, after tossing around under the tree for a while, this fat and strong wild boar began to shake its head, and its body swayed from side to side. It looked as if it was going to fall at any moment. It was clear that Wang Mang's snake venom had begun to take effect. The entire process only took 10 minutes. This made Wang Mang sigh. His venom was truly tyrannical. Even a fat and strong wild boar could only last for about 10 minutes. If a person was bitten by it, they probably wouldn't fare any better. There was a loud rumble. The wild boar that had been going crazy earlier fell down, not far from the tree Wang Mang was in. It could still vaguely let out a howl, and its twitching became smaller and smaller. After a while, Wang Mang felt that it was about time, and went down to check on the boar's condition. After confirming that the boar was truly dead, Wang Mang began to eat it. The process was a bit bloody and took a lot of time. Wang Mang spent a full 2 hours before he finished eating the boar. At the same time, the system's voice echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 450 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached the evolution condition. Would you like to begin evolution? No. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang immediately burst with joy. Before he left, he glanced at the 3 dogs that were eyeing him covetously. This was because Wang Mang did not eat all of the boar. Wang Mang was too lazy to eat the innards and bones. Instead, he let the dogs take advantage of him. When the sun was about to rise, Wang Mang had already left the forest and returned to his snake nest. System, let's begin the 5th evolution. Wang Mang muttered excitedly and expectantly. The system's voice once again echoed. Ding. Deducting 1,600 evolution points. Beginning evolution. Then Wang Mang lost consciousness from the pain, just like before. 2 hours later, Wang Mang slowly woke up. At the same time, Wang Mang discovered that his body had become even thicker and longer. After making a rough estimate, Wang Mang felt that his body length should be around 10 meters. Of course, his own guess was definitely not as accurate as the system's personal information. Therefore, Wang Mang said excitedly in his heart, System, open my personal information. The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Host Wang Mang. Species, Burmese python. State, adult Burmese python. Status, healthy. Size, 10 meters long, 460 kilograms in weight. Combat strength, 600 kilograms bite force, 40 kilometers per hour. Skills, death coil, venom fang, skin camouflage, enhanced defense, super healing. Evolution points, 150/3200. After reading the information, Wang Mang was even more satisfied. Sure enough, his body length had already reached 10 meters. His body was almost as thick as an adult's waist. Its bite force had reached 600 kilograms. What kind of concept was that? For example, his bite force was about twice that of a lion's. It had already surpassed most carnivorous beasts, in addition to his skills. Right now, Wang Mang was confident that he could easily kill that 4 to 500 gene big wild boar from last night. Even if he were to fight with a tiger or a lion, Wang Mang was confident that he could easily kill them. Thinking to this point, Wang Mang could not help but become even more high-spirited. He did not know if there were any other animals that could kill him other than humans. Even if an elephant came, Wang Mang was confident that he could defeat it. At this moment, Wang Mang was unprecedentedly arrogant. At this moment, the system's voice rang again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained new skill, human speech. Human speech allows the host to have the ability to speak. What the heck? This skill can actually allow me to speak. The stupefied Wang Mang subconsciously said in astonishment. However, in the next moment, Wang Mang was shocked to find that he could actually speak. Good. Ha ha. Wang Mang was so excited that he almost fainted, although to him, this skill only allowed him to speak. However, to Wang Mang, who was once a human, being able to speak again had a completely different meaning. Not only that, once he could speak, wouldn't that mean that he could recognize his parents? Thinking to this point, Wang Mang could not help but become excited. If he could recognize his parents, with the help of his parents' money, how much would his body grow? 20 meters? 30 meters? 40 meters? Or just thinking about it made Wang Mang so excited that he could not help but go crazy. In addition, his father's net worth was not low. He had a net worth of more than 2 billion. Therefore, Wang Mang did not have to worry that his father would be poor when he returned. Moreover, with his father's help and enough food, Wang Mang simply didn't dare to imagine how strong and terrifying he would become at that time. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's face was full of excitement. He had the urge to look up to the sky and laugh. Finally, he did not have to live in this forest like a cold-blooded animal. However, after being happy, Wang Mang, who had calmed down, was a little worried. He did not know if his family could accept his current identity as a giant python. After pondering for a while, Wang Mang muttered to himself, "No matter what, I have to go home and try." Obviously, Wang Mang had made a decision. Regardless of whether his family could accept this fact, he had to go back and recognize his family. However, the first thing to consider was the journey home, because Wang Mang's home was too far away from here. It was a distance of hundreds of kilometers. It would be fine if he hurried along the forest. However, his family lived in the wealthy area, which was the center of the city, where the economy was flourishing. If Wang Mang went back like this, even if he hurried at night, he would inevitably be exposed. After all, his body size was really too big now. It would not be so easy to successfully return home. Therefore, Wang Mang's target was his grandmother, who was still living in the countryside. He could only contact his family through his grandmother now. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was ready to start his operation tonight. The big reservoir where Wang Mang was located was not too far from the village at the foot of the mountain. Wang Mang was confident that he could reach his grandmother's house in 2 hours at night. This also made Wang Mang secretly glad that his grandmother was conservative and did not want to live in the city. Otherwise, if Wang Mang wanted to join his family, he was afraid that it would be really difficult and there would be the danger of being exposed. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood suddenly became a lot better. He moved his thick body and left his snake nest. To be honest, this snake nest was a bit narrow and crowded for Wang Mang now. After all, Wang Mang's snake nest itself only had a hole the size of a football. If it was before, it would still be passable. But now, Wang Mang's body had swelled to the size of a waist. Even if he squeezed hard, it would be very congested. If it was not for the fact that he had to leave tonight, Wang Mang really planned to build or find a new nest. But what Wang Mang did not expect was that as soon as he came out of the snake cave, he heard footsteps accompanied by a high decibel scream. God, there's a giant python. Chapter 6. This sudden exclamation immediately caused Wang Mang to know that things were not good in his heart. He hurriedly raised his snake head to look and saw 2 women and 2 men standing a few meters away with fishing tools. One of the men was even holding a special camera and equipment in his hand. At this moment, the four of them were standing in the distance in a daze. They looked at the giant python that had half of its body out of the water in horror. Coincidentally, the camera lens of this fishing streamer team also exposed Wang Mang to the camera lens without holding anything back. This simply made the fishing audience explode. The comments were rolling crazily. Wild fisherman. F***CK. Such a big python? It's at least 10 meters long. Deep-sea fisherman. Oh my God. This is the first time I've seen such a big python. It's 2F* king thick. Wild fishing queen. I'm so scared. This is too scary. This python is almost as tall as my waist. Tourist 7523. This python is too big. Oh my God. It's too long. Sexy baby. Oh my God. Didn't they say that pythons that are 10 meters long are very rare in China? Why is there such a big python? Scumbag hot tinfoil. F***CK. I've already taken a screenshot. This python is too thick. Outdoor big bro. F***CK. This is the first time I've seen such a big python. It's much thicker than the ones I saw in the zoo. Fishing enthusiast. Oh my God, this Huanshan Reservoir looks really weird. No wonder there was such an uproar 2 months ago. Now, even such a huge python has appeared. In the end, under the dumbfounded gazes of the live stream viewers and the members of the fishing team, Wang Mang quickly moved his huge body and disappeared into the forest. It was not until a few minutes later that the beautiful streamer in charge of fishing came back to her senses. Her pretty face was still pale. Obviously, she still had some lingering fears. This was because the python they saw just now was too big, especially the thickness. It was almost the waist of a beautiful woman. In terms of thickness, it was even thicker than the Amazon anaconda. At this moment, the beautiful anchor, Xiao Su, still had a look of lingering fear on her face. She reached out and patted her chest, trying to calm her violent heartbeat. She said with lingering fear, "Oh my God, this Huanshan Reservoir is so scary." However, as soon as this beautiful woman spoke, her companions all started coughing. This caused Xiao Su to be somewhat at a loss. He looked doubtfully at his companion, who was also quite frightened. When she saw the strange looks in her three companions' eyes, Xiao Su's pretty face was full of confusion as she asked, "What's wrong with you guys? Are you scared silly too?" Hearing this, the guy in charge of the live broadcast couldn't help but say with a dark face, "It's not us who are scared silly. It's you. Look at your pants." Hearing this, Xiao Su lowered her head in confusion. But when she saw that there was a water stain on her jeans, her pretty face instantly blushed. It turned out that even she herself didn't realize that she had actually been scared to the point of incontinence. At this moment, she was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. At the same time, this scene didn't escape the bright eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room. Many people couldn't help but comment and laugh, causing the comments in the live broadcast room to roll crazily. Fisherman, 666. The anchor was actually scared to this extent. Ha ha ha, it's raining again. Are you mentally scared? Queen of wild fishing, this little sister anchor really can't help it. She couldn't control herself when she saw such a big python. Lolita loves uncle. Auntie above, I suspect that you're driving, and I have evidence. Overbearing is not grandpa. Oh my God. Fortunately, the python ran fast. Otherwise, if it was caught by the female anchor, it would be unimaginable. Crow takes a plane. Oh my God. This big sister must be scared of such a big python. It's normal. Lovely moon. What kind of people are you? How can you drive like this? You bunch of old turtles. Obviously, the audience in the live broadcast room appreciated this very shameful and embarrassing scene of the anchor very much. At the same time, the video of such a huge reversal was quickly spread out. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before this video appeared on major social media sites. This was because Wang Meng's physique was really too scary and too eye-catching. In addition, the beautiful anchor's pants were stained with water from the fright. This kind of video of a beauty and a giant python was bound to attract a lot of attention. In fact, it was indeed so. This video was also spread by many busybodies. Moreover, the video also caused a lot of reaction on the internet very quickly, of course. Wang Meng was the main culprit of all this, and he didn't know that a female anchor was so scared by him that she wet her pants. At this moment, on a thick tree near the reservoir, Wang Meng's huge snake body was wrapped around the tree, and his huge snake head was looking into the distance. At the same time, the small team of anchors from before also appeared in Wang Meng's line of sight. What surprised him a little was that this small team of anchors didn't shrink back. They still found a place far away from Wang Meng's previous location and prepared to continue fishing. Regarding this, Wang Meng wasn't surprised at all. After all, these people came so far to the reservoir to fish. Naturally, they wouldn't be scared by him and leave the reservoir empty-handed. On the other hand, Wang Meng was enjoying the bright and somewhat scorching sun. His body felt a little uncomfortable under the sun's rays. After all, he was a cold-blooded snake. Wang Meng could understand and accept this body's natural reaction. It was worth mentioning that in the sky, there was an eagle that was constantly circling above his head. However, this eagle obviously knew that Wang Meng wasn't to be trifled with. It didn't attack Wang Meng and didn't dare to provoke him. At this moment, Wang Meng didn't know if it was his illusion, but he vaguely saw a huge shadow appear in the middle of the reservoir. After a while, this huge shadow disappeared from the surface of the reservoir. F***CK. What was that in the water just now? Isn't it too big? Wang Meng was shocked. He was even more certain that there was an unknown, huge creature under the water. This was because Wang Meng's intuition told him that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Moreover, if Wang Meng hadn't been coiled up on the tree at a very high angle, it would have been very difficult for him to see the huge shadow in the reservoir. Damn it! No matter what kind of monster you are, I'll get my revenge on you sooner or later. The somewhat angry Wang Meng thought gloomily in his heart. By the time the sky turned dark, most of the people fishing in the reservoir had already left. Only then did Wang Meng climb down from the tree. He didn't stop at all. He moved his huge snake body and began to descend the mountain, shuttling through the fields of the village. However, Wang Meng's huge figure startled many small animals that were active at night. The commotion wasn't small. At night, Wang Meng could still vaguely see a few figures that often wandered around the paddy fields. As for what these people were doing in the paddy fields, Wang Meng didn't need to guess to know that they were obviously catching eels and loaches. Regarding this, Wang Meng didn't want to be a busybody. He hurried in the direction of his grandmother's house, according to his memory. However, at this moment, a dog's bark suddenly came from behind him. Woof woof, woof woof woof. In the deep night, this dog's bark was exceptionally loud, and the sound came from afar. Wang Meng immediately turned his huge snake head. In his cold snake eyes, he saw a few people catching eels in the distance. The stray dog that they had brought along was recklessly running towards him. Chapter 7. Damn it! Is this damn dog looking for death? Wang Meng couldn't help but curse in his heart. Then Wang Meng tried to get rid of the big dog's pursuit and quickly moved his body into a cornfield. At the same time, Wang Meng faintly heard a young man's voice. Big Yellow, come back quickly. However, what made Wang Meng feel helpless was that the big yellow dog still recklessly chased after him even after he entered the cornfield. Furthermore, the movements in the distance also told Wang Mang that the young men who caught the eels and loaches were also rushing over here. Since you want to die, don't blame me for what happens next. Wang Mang made up his mind and turned his huge snake head back. He arched his 2-meter-long snake head and coldly stared at the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog was obviously frightened by Wang Mang's huge body and didn't dare to recklessly charge at Wang Mang. Instead, it fiercely bared its teeth at Wang Mang from a few meters away and let out a muffled growl. Woof, woof, woof. Not only that, when it saw that Wang Mang didn't make any move to attack, the big yellow dog became even bolder. It carefully approached and kept baring its teeth at Wang Mang while letting out a low warning growl. Seeing this, Wang Mang knew that he had to kill the big yellow dog, or else he would be exposed. Therefore, when the reckless big yellow dog entered his attack range, Wang Mang immediately opened his bloody mouth and pounced forward. He was so fast that even the big yellow dog couldn't react in time. Wang Mang's snake mouth bit the big yellow dog's neck. Then, Wang Mang's huge body immediately wrapped around the dog, not giving it any time to react. Soon, the big yellow dog's body was continuously wrapped around by Wang Mang. The big yellow dog couldn't help but let out a painful howl. Woof, woof. In fact, they could even faintly hear the sound of the big yellow dog's bones breaking. Unfortunately, Wang Mang did not stop there. After crushing the big yellow dog's bones, he swallowed it whole. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, devouring mongrel. Obtained 85 evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang didn't care. Instead, he quickly moved his body and left the corn forest. At this moment, outside the cornfield, 3 young men were looking at the cornfield in fear, not knowing what to do. Earlier on, they also heard Big Yellow's shriek from the corn. Despite that, they dared not act rashly because they knew Big Yellow might have provoked some unknown ferocious creature. However, the creature that could kill Big Yellow so quickly was obviously not to be trifled with. Therefore, they did not even have the courage to run into the cornfield, let alone save Big Yellow. When Big Yellow's screams disappeared and the cornfield slowly calmed down, the 3 young men looked at each other with fear. What exactly killed Big Yellow? One of the young men swallowed his saliva and asked in fear, I don't know. Let's take a look during the day. That's right. Something that could kill Big Yellow so quickly, even if we find out, we won't be able to defeat it. Let's take a look during the day. Let's go back first. The other 2 young men were so scared that they shook their heads. In the end, after discussing for a while, the 3 of them went back home. They were so scared that they didn't even have the thought of catching eels. 2 hours later, Wang Mang finally arrived at his grandmother's house. When he raised his head, he saw that his grandmother's house was still brightly lit. This made Wang Mang even more excited. After 2 months, he was finally back. Wang Mang forcefully suppressed his agitated emotions and moved his enormous snake body, arriving outside his grandmother's courtyard. However, when Wang Mang approached, a fierce dog barked. Woof, 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 woof. Damn Black Panther, I'm your master. Don't you recognize me? When Wang Mang heard the dog barking, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He raised his huge snake head and saw a strong Tibetan mastiff tied up outside the courtyard not far away. Then, something miraculous happened. When the fierce Black Panther heard Wang Mang's voice, it was immediately stunned. Its big dog head tilted to the side and looked at the huge creature in front of it blankly. Obviously, it was wondering why this big python could talk. Moreover, the voice that spoke was its master's voice. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately knew that this Black Panther obviously didn't forget his voice. Black Panther, be good. Don't bark. In his excitement, Wang Mang scolded the Black Panther. This caused the originally ferocious large Black Panther to immediately start wagging its tail in an excited and lively manner. When he saw that the Black Panther had stopped, Wang Mang moved his big plate into a ball and shouted excitedly towards the brightly lit second floor, "Grandma! Grandma!" Hearing Wang Mang's call, the old and depressed grandma in the room on the second floor thought that she was hallucinating. Ever since Wang Mang left, the old woman fell ill and couldn't get out. Grandma, who used to go out often, also didn't leave the house. Her health was getting worse and worse. Wang Mang didn't know about this, but when the old woman heard Wang Mang's voice, she excitedly supported her old body and trembled as she went downstairs. The old woman was still mumbling, "Grandson is back, grandson. Grandma is here, grandma is here." When the old woman came downstairs and opened the door, she looked around blankly in the dark and called out, "Grandson! Grandson! Grandson! Grandma is here." Wang Mang, who was hiding in the dark, lost control of his emotions, but he was worried that he would scare the old woman if he went out now. After a moment of silence, Wang Mang looked at the old woman in front of the door and said, "Grandma, grandson is back," but he didn't dare to come out. He was afraid that he would scare you. This voice wasn't loud, but it made the old woman even more certain that the grandson she missed so much was really back. The old woman became even more agitated. "Grandson, grandma is not afraid. Grandson, come out quickly and let grandma see." After a moment of silence, Wang Mang roughly explained what had happened to him to his grandma. Finally, as his grandma called out to him intimately, Wang Mang slowly moved his huge snake body and came out of the darkness. Chapter 8. Looking at the huge creature in front of her, the elderly grandmother was stunned for a while. After coming back to her senses, the old woman raised her head and looked at Wang Mang. Are you my grandson?" "Grandma, it's me." Wang Mang nodded his huge snake head. "Grandson, how did you become like this? Did a monster eat your soul? That's why you became like this. What sin did our Wang family commit? How could they treat my grandson like this?" The old woman's voice trembled as she sobbed. She reached out her wrinkled hand and stroked Wang Mang's huge snake body. Hearing his grandmother's words, Wang Mang was speechless. He then remembered that the elders of his grandmother's generation were much more accepting than modern people. Moreover, the older generation was very superstitious. They always believed that there was a God watching over them. Therefore, Wang Mang's reunion with his grandmother was much easier than he had imagined. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said softly, "Grandma, it's better to be alive than to be completely dead." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the old woman nodded. "Yes, grandson is right. My grandson might even become a spirit in the future. If my grandson is lucky, he might be chosen by a god. My grandson might even become a god." Thinking of this, the old woman became much happier. She affectionately stroked Wang Mang's huge snake head. Wang Mang, who looked extremely ferocious to outsiders, was full of doting in the old woman's eyes. No matter what her grandson became, he would always be her beloved grandson. Wang Mang didn't expose her. Grandma was superstitious, so be it. As long as she was happy, it was fine. After thinking for a while, Wang Mang said, "Grandma, I want to see Dad and Mom." Hearing Wang Mang's words, his grandmother nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Grandson, I'll talk to your father now." After saying that, his grandmother took out her phone with trembling hands and called his parents in front of Wang Mang. After the call was connected, Wang Mang didn't say anything. He only listened to his father's familiar voice and was extremely excited. As for his grandmother, she said that she had something important to tell them and asked them to come back tomorrow. She didn't mention a word about Wang Mang turning into a giant python. After hanging up, Grandma looked at Wang Mang and said, "Grandson, Go back to your room and sleep." Wang Mang smiled bitterly and said, "Grandma, there's no need. I'll sleep in the woods in the backyard." Grandma scolded, "How can you do that?" Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled bitterly and said, "Grandma, I've turned into a giant python. It's inconvenient to stay in the house." The old woman still firmly disagreed and scolded, "You can't go anywhere. What if you're discovered outside? Grandson, what if you lose your life?" In desperation, Wang Mang had to compromise. He twisted his huge body and slept in a room that used to belong to him on the second floor. Because the old woman was nostalgic, even after Wang Mang's death, she still didn't take away Wang Mang's things and daily necessities. The furnishings in Wang Mang's room were all the same, but there was no dust in the room. Obviously, his grandmother often came to his room to clean it. After returning to his room, Wang Mang's heart was filled with emotions. He finally felt the warmth of his former home. After 2 months of life as a cold-blooded animal, Wang Mang almost forgot that he was once a human. Fortunately, now that he was reunited with his family, he didn't have to live a life of eating raw meat every day like before. Early the next morning, Grandma personally cooked a few delicious dishes and called Wang Mang to eat. However, what made Wang Mang helpless was that the food was hard for him to swallow. Not only was his taste repulsive, but it also didn't provide him with any evolution points. Thus, Wang Mang could only tell his grandmother that he liked to eat meat and live animals. After hearing Wang Mang's words, his grandmother thought about it and felt that Wang Mang was right. How could a giant python eat? Moreover, her grandson might even become an immortal in the future. After all, her grandson was already a snake demon. Yes, in the old woman's eyes, her grandson Wang Mang had turned into a giant python, yet he could still speak. It was clear that he was a snake demon. Thus, the old woman thought for a moment and asked Wang Mang, "Grandson, Grandma will go and buy some live chickens and ducks for you." Wang Mang immediately shook his head and said, "Grandma, there's no need. After eating, I can go without food for a long time. Not eating for half a month isn't a problem." Seeing Wang Mang immediately refuse, the old woman didn't force him and said, "Okay, grandson, when your dad comes, I'll talk to him." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded. He still needed to rely on his father's help to become stronger. In the afternoon, Wang Mang's parents came. As for how Wang Mang knew, from far away, Wang Mang heard the sound of a car. Through the window, Wang Mang saw his parents, whom he hadn't seen for 2 months. They were carrying some tonics and walking over. Very soon, his grandmother went down to open the door. When Queen Mother Wang Fu walked into the room and saw the haggard old woman, she felt even more guilty. Ever since her son left, the old woman had been depressed, and her health was very bad. They didn't know what had happened that day, but the old woman had asked them to rush back so quickly. However, they knew that the old woman's health wasn't good, so they rushed back without stopping. "Mom, are you okay?" Wan Long asked worriedly. Li Wan, who was beside him, was the same. Hearing this, the old woman shook her head and glanced at her son and daughter-in-law. She said slowly, "Go upstairs. Grandson wants to see you." Hearing the old woman's words, Wan Long and Queen Mother were stunned. They looked at the old woman in shock. Wan Long couldn't help but worry. "Mom, don't think too much. If Mang Heir was still alive, he would definitely want you to be well." "Bastard, of course, I know that grandson wants me to be well." The old woman suddenly scolded. "You unfilial son, do you think I have dementia? Wang Fu." Queen Mother. Wang Fu and Queen Mother didn't dare to speak anymore. They could only remain silent. At this time, the old woman explained the matter to the two of them. After hearing the old woman's words, Wang Fu and Queen Mother felt that the old woman must be hallucinating. She must be missing her grandson too much. Looking at her son and daughter-in-law, how could the old woman not know what they were thinking? The old woman was so angry that her whole body trembled. She grabbed the chicken feather blanket at the side and waved it at Wang Fu's head. She scolded angrily, "You unfilial son." At the same time, Wang Mang, who heard the commotion, moved his huge snake body out of the room and came to the railing on the second floor. Looking at the familiar figures of his parents downstairs, Wang Mang suppressed the excitement in his heart and shouted to his parents downstairs, "Dad, Mom, what Grandma said is true." When they heard Wang Mang's familiar voice, both Wang Fu and Queen Mother froze. After all, he was their son. How could they forget his voice? They even thought that their brains were hallucinating. However, when Father Wang and Mother Wang raised their heads to look, they saw a scene that made their scalps go numb. They almost fainted from fright. Chapter 9. At the railing on the second floor, a 3-meter-tall, pitch-black python that was as thick as a human's waist was staring at them. Under the stunned gaze of Wang Fu and Queen Mother, Wang Mang said excitedly, "Dad, Mom, I'm Wang Mang." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the two jumped up in fright and screamed with pale faces, "Monster!" Looking at his parents' frightened faces, Wang Mang was speechless. Seeing this scene, his grandmother, who was on the side, scolded loudly, "Look at how scared you are. You think your grandson will eat you?" Obviously, Wang Fu and Queen Mother's ability to accept things was not as good as his grandmother's. In the end, 2 long hours passed. After repeated verification, Wang Fu and Queen Mother completely believed that the giant python in front of them was their son. However, in the hearts of Wang Fu and Queen Mother, it could be said that they had mixed feelings. They were happy because their son was back. They were sad because they couldn't accept their son's state at once. "Son, are you really a snake demon now?" At this time, his father, Wang Long, couldn't help but ask curiously. Queen Mother, who was on the side, also had a curious look on her face. After all, they had received higher education. They were completely atheists, but their son had turned into a giant python. No matter how much they believed in science, it was impossible for them not to believe in ghosts and gods. Hearing this, Wang Mang shook his head and said helplessly, "Dad, I don't know either. Maybe it is." Hearing this, Old Man Wang was even more curious. "Son, do you know magic or something?" Wang Mang, hashtag. Seeing Wang Mang shake his head, Old Man Wang was a little disappointed and puzzled. "Then are you a demon now? If you're not a demon, how can you speak?" Wang Mang thought for a while and said slowly, "Dad, I think I might be a demon. For example, I have a hunch that as long as I keep eating, I can become very big, and it's not impossible for me to become like in the movies. Moreover, every time my body grows bigger, if I'm lucky, I can also get some special abilities." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Queen Mother asked curiously, "Son, did you also get a special ability to speak?" Seeing this, Wang Mang nodded and said, "Yes, Mom, the reason why I can speak is because I obtained a special ability. Otherwise, I might not have come back." Upon hearing this, Father Wang slapped his thigh and said, "Son, there's no need to guess. You are definitely a demon now. Didn't you say that as long as you eat, you can become stronger? Son, is there anything I can do for you?" Wang Mang was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "Dad, I was waiting for you to say this." Thinking of this, Wang Mang quickly said, "Dad, Mom, I feel that as long as I eat a certain amount of prey every time, I can continue to evolve and become stronger. So, Dad, if you have the ability, prepare some prey for your son. Chicken, duck, pig, dog, cow, sheep, as long as it's food, I can do it. Moreover, I need a lot of it. Dad, I have evolved 4 or 5 times now. Every time I consume a certain amount of prey, after each evolution, the consumption will become more than the previous evolution. After listening to Wang Mang's explanation, Wang Long nodded and said thoughtfully, "Son, I understand. What you mean is that as long as you eat enough prey, you can continue to evolve and become stronger, and even become a real demon in the end." Wang Mang nodded helplessly. Although he wanted to say that he was not a demon, he could not explain his current state, nor could he expose the system. Therefore, if his parents treated him as a demon, it would be fine as long as they could accept it. It would also save him the trouble of explaining his current state. "No problem, son. Isn't it just meat? Dad has plenty of money. Son, based on your current state, you need 3,600 pounds of prey to evolve, right? At most, you can eat 10 pigs. That should be enough to evolve and become stronger, right? I will buy you 10,000 pigs to eat." Old man Wang said excitedly, as if he had discovered a new continent. After all, his son had become a legendary demon. As his father, of course, he had to help him. No matter what state Wang Mang had become, he could not deny that he was his son. Moreover, this unprecedented thing had happened to his son. He also wanted to see if his son would become a legendary demon that could summon the wind and rain. 10,000 pigs. What kind of concept was that? How strong could he become? To be honest, Wang Mang also wanted to know. Thus, Wang Mang became even more excited. After all, a pig was 400 to 500 pounds. The evolution points he would get from eating 10 pigs would be enough for him to evolve. Even if it doubled in the next evolution, it would still be 20 pigs. In short, 10,000 pigs would be enough for him to evolve many times. Thinking to this point, Wang Mang became even more excited. At the same time, he was a bit worried. "Dad, 10,000 mature pigs won't be cheap, right?" Hearing this, old man Wang was stunned. His face darkened as he said, 10,000 pigs. Your dad still has a way to get 10,000 pigs. Dad is in the feed business. At most, I'll buy a batch of piglets and raise them myself. Hearing his father's words, Wang Mang remembered that old man Wang was in the feed business. His father's business in the feed business was very big. He was one of the top feed suppliers in the province. After thinking to this point, Wang Mang's misgivings decreased a lot. He could not help but nod and say, "Dad, if I can become that strong, I'll have to rely on you." Old man Wang proudly waved his hand and said, "It's a small problem. However, Mang Er, you can't just stay in your grandmother's house and live, right? It's fine for a short period of time, but it'll be easy for you to be exposed. When the time comes, you'll be caught and cut into pieces. I won't be able to protect you." Speaking to this point, old man Wang's face became serious. He knew that his son's current state could not be exposed. If people knew that his son could still speak after turning into a python, he would definitely be caught by some department for research. "Dad, I plan to move the new snake nest to the Huanshan Reservoir. After all, I've already lived there for 2 months." Wang Mang thought for a bit and said seriously to his father. Hearing this, his father immediately shook his head in fear and said, "That won't do. The reservoir is too strange." Chapter 10. After all, his son's death was caused by the Huanshan Reservoir. Therefore, of course, he would not agree to let Wang Mang continue to stay in the Huanshan Reservoir. Queen Mother also nodded and firmly refused. "Why not, son? You died in the Huanshan Reservoir last time. The cause of your death is unknown. This time, you can't continue to stay in the big reservoir." At this point, Queen Mother Wang Fu and his grandmother all became serious and began to persuade him. "Mang Er, how did you die? Didn't you go fishing? How did you end up drowning? So, Mang Er, let's go somewhere else." Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned. He shook his huge snake head and said, "Dad, my death is indeed related to the reservoir. There is a huge, unknown creature in the reservoir." Queen Mother Wang Fu and his grandmother were all shocked by Wang Mang's words. They looked at Wang Mang in disbelief. Old Man Wang was even more shocked and asked, "Son, could it be that there is a water monster in our family's reservoir?" Queen Mother said even more firmly, "Then all the more we can't stay in the reservoir." "Definitely not." Seeing this, Wang Mang said helplessly, "It's okay, Dad, Mom. I'll go to the reservoir to check it out when I'm 20 meters tall." Queen Mother of the West shouted anxiously, "No. What if it really is a water monster? You're not allowed to go. You're not allowed to stay in the reservoir." Helpless, Wang Mang could only discuss with his family. In the end, after 2 hours of discussion, his family reluctantly agreed to Wang Mang's request. Not only that, his father was also discussing his initial plan to become stronger. According to his father's idea, he was going to bring over 100 pigs for Wang Mang. He wanted to see how strong Wang Mang would become after eating over 100 pigs. Then he officially began to throw money at Wang Mang to accelerate Wang Mang's growth and evolution. Not only that, according to his father's idea, he planned to completely ban fishing in the reservoir and make it Wang Mang's active location. However, in the end, Wang Mang rejected this idea because it would attract too much attention. According to Wang Mang's idea, his father should build a huge pig farm near the reservoir. This way, it would be convenient for Wang Mang to evolve, and it wouldn't attract too much attention. After finalizing the plan with his family, Old Man Wang immediately began to implement it. 2 months later, a huge pig farm was built 2 kilometers away from the Huanshan Reservoir. The place where the pig farm was built was completely built in the forest. Many breeders were also hired, and 6,000 of them were released into the wild. Wang Mang's father had invested close to 100 million just for the 15,000 square meters of land. This was a large-scale pig farm that could raise over 10,000 pigs. Luckily, the cost of the feed was negligible, and the cost of self-production wasn't high. The main investment was the large-scale pig farm site and the cost of the pig seedlings. His father had invested about 150 million to build the large-scale pig farm site and the pig seedlings. From this, Wang Mang could tell that if his old man really wanted to buy him 10,000 pigs ready for slaughter, he wouldn't be far from bankruptcy if this continued. Although pork wasn't expensive now, and according to the market price in 2017, a catty of pork would cost 20 or so yuan. According to the calculation of 400 catty of a pig, 10,000 pigs would be around 100 million. However, although his family was in the feed business, they didn't have enough funds. As everyone knew, large-scale enterprises were very popular to owe money, and the checkout period was very long. Some large-scale enterprises would settle their accounts in 2 quarters, 1 year, and 2 years. Even the checkout period of old customers was even longer. According to his father's 400 million, he would have around 200 million to spare. At the very least, he would need to leave 200 million renminbi for turnover. To be able to invest more than 100 million renminbi to build a large-scale pig farm was already good enough. Moreover, if it wasn't for Wang Mang stopping him, his father would have really wanted to buy 10,000 pigs to evolve. Naturally, although Wang Mang had rejected 10,000 pigs. However, Wang Mang's main plan was to buy enough for the next evolution after each evolution. This was much more convenient. Another thing worth mentioning was that Wang Mang had already completed his 7th evolution. However, regretfully, Wang Mang didn't obtain any special abilities in the last 2 evolutions. This made Wang Mang feel a bit regretful. However, what was worth mentioning was that Wang Mang's body had already reached 14 meters, and his body was as thick as a person's waist. Today was the day that Wang Mang's 8th evolution was about to begin. Today, he needed to eat at least 15,000 evolution points to be able to evolve for the 8th time. It would require about 40 pigs to evolve. At night, there were already people in charge of transportation in a small pigsty. They brought 40 pigs over, including the 7 or 8 pigs in the small pig pen. There were close to 50 pigs in total. When night came, a few of the keepers finished feeding the pigs and began to chat. Why do you think Boss Wang is so strange? It's one thing to build a pig farm on a mountain like this. Moreover, the pigs we feed will sometimes disappear on the second day. We report this to the boss, but the boss doesn't let us do anything about it. Moreover, Boss Wang said that after we get off work at 6, we will be forced to leave the farm. If we dare to stay in the farm, we will be fired. At this time, a middle-aged woman's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "That's right. This is too strange. Say, if we secretly steal 2 pigs, the boss won't notice, right? After all, the pigs that the boss sends will often disappear on the second day. Even if we secretly steal a few, it shouldn't be a problem." "That's right. Since it's like this, even if we secretly steal 2 pigs, the boss won't know." Hearing the woman's words, another middle-aged man sneered. "You guys are dreaming. There are surveillance cameras all around here. Can't you see?" Chapter 11. Moreover, nothing in the farm can escape Boss Wang's eyes. Also, the electricity will be turned off automatically at 7 p.m. unless we don't leave the farm at night. Otherwise, how are you going to steal the pigs in the dark? Don't think of this problem as a simple one. Also, if we don't go to the dormitory on time to check in, Elder Yang, who is in charge of guarding the reservoir, will contact the boss directly. Then, you can leave without getting paid. Also, our food and accommodation are all in Elder Yang's house. You can put away your little tricks. Hearing this employee's words, the other 5 employees' faces turned pale, and they immediately gave up on the idea of stealing the pigs. They were all from the village, so they naturally knew that Elder Yang, who was in charge of guarding the reservoir, was Boss Wang's direct subordinate. It was said that he was a bodyguard who followed Boss Wang into society in the early years. Later on, his leg was injured and he became a cripple. Boss Wang had also taken care of Elder Yang for more than 10 years. Elder Yang was extremely grateful to Boss Wang. He was definitely a direct subordinate of Boss Wang. Moreover, Boss Wang had asked Elder Yang to supervise them personally. Their little tricks were completely useless unless they risked losing their jobs or even facing Boss Wang's revenge. They would definitely not dare to do such a thing. At the same time, as night fell, the electricity of the entire small farm was turned off. In the darkness of the night, Wang Mang wriggled his large snake body and arrived at a small pig farm. Under the moonlight, a 14-meter-long giant python that was as thick as an adult's waist appeared. Soon, Wang Mang arrived at one of the pig pens. There were 5 fat pigs inside. Wang Mang immediately rushed up excitedly and bit one of the pigs. However, this action obviously startled the other pigs. They were so scared that they quickly moved away and even wanted to escape from the pig pen. However, the pig pen was too high, and these pigs had no room to escape. Therefore, one of the pigs was quickly swallowed by Wang Mang. Although it was difficult to swallow, the pig was completely digested by Wang Mang as soon as it was swallowed. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for devouring an adult pig. Obtained 420 evolution points." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang did not stop and continued to kill the other 4 pigs. Then, Wang Mang continued to sweep through the rest of the pigsty. As the pigs were swallowed by Wang Mang, the system's voice kept ringing. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Devoured an adult domestic pig. Obtained 400 12 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring an adult domestic pig. Obtained 430 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring an adult pig. Obtained 403 evolution points. Throughout the night, the cries of the pigs in the small pigsty never stopped. When Wang Mang swallowed the 36th pig, the system's voice sounded in his mind, frowny face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring an adult domestic pig. Obtained 441 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations. Host, the conditions for evolution have been met. Do you wish to begin evolution? Ding! Detected that the host has grown to the limit of a Burmese python. Do you wish to change to a new snake template to evolve? After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was shocked. He never thought that the Burmese python template would not be enough for him to evolve again. Moreover, after listening to the system's explanation, it was clear that Wang Mang had grown to the limit of a Burmese python. Thinking about this, Wang Mang immediately said in his mind, "System, change to a new snake template." In the next moment, the system's page appeared in Wang Mang's mind. The current snake template for the host to choose has appeared. Host, please make your choice. Name, Titanic python. Description: Titanic python is a type of python that went extinct 58 million years ago. Its growth limit is 30 meters, and its weight is around 3 tons. Price, 10,000 evolution points. Name, Amazon forest python. Description: this is a type of python that lives in modern times. It mostly lives in the Amazon rainforest. Its growth limit is 20 meters. Its weight is around 1.5 to 2 tons. Price, 8,000 evolution points. Name, mutated Burmese python. Introduction: mutated Burmese pythons are Burmese pythons that have reached their limit of growth. They are a type of python that was produced by chance. They can grow up to 30 meters and weigh up to 3 tons. Price, 10,000 evolution points. Name, mutated Amazon forest python. Introduction: this is a mutated python produced by an anaconda that has reached the limit of its growth and obtained an unknown opportunity. Its growth limit can reach 30 meters, and its weight can reach 3 tons. Price, 10,000 evolution points. Name, mutated Titanic python. Introduction: this is a titan python that has grown to its natural limit more than 50 million years ago. It mutated after obtaining an unknown opportunity. Its growth limit can reach 40 meters, and its weight can reach 8 to 10 tons. Price, 20,000 evolution points. After looking at the 5 choices, Wang Mang could not help but bitterly smile. It seems that he would not be able to evolve today. This was because if Wang Mang wanted to buy an evolution template, he would not have many evolution points left. In reality, this was also the case. When Wang Mang devoured the 48 pigs, he only managed to gather around 20,000 evolution points. Thus, Wang Mang could only choose to buy a template. Moreover, the template that Wang Mang wanted to buy was the most expensive one. The most expensive template was, naturally, the mutated Titanic python. Following Wang Mang's successful purchase of the template, the system's voice echoed in his mind, frowny face. Ding! 20,000 evolution points have been deducted. Purchasing template. Ding! Congratulations, host. Purchase of mutated Titanic python template successful. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang immediately said in his mind, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information changed. Host, Wang Mang type, mutated Titanic python status, pseudo-adult status, healthy body, 14 meters long, 700 kilograms weight, fighting strength, 1,900 kilograms, bite force, 60 kilometers per hour. Skills, death coil, poisonous teeth, skin camouflage, defense strengthening, super healing evolution points, 650/15,000. Chapter 12. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Although he did not succeed this time, he had already changed his python species. In the future, Wang Mang did not need to change his template for the next 40 meters. Moreover, although he did not succeed this time, it would be the same in 2 days. This was because Wang Mang had already discussed this with his father. If there were no more pigs left in the pigsty, then it would mean that he would start to evolve again. After his father received the news, he would send more adult pigs out of the pigsty. Thinking about this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. After leaving the pigsty, he returned to the vicinity of the Huanshan Reservoir. In this territory, there were still many small and medium-sized animals active. There were very few footprints of large animals. This was naturally because this territory was filled with Wang Mang's aura. Thus, the animals that entered this forest were either small or medium-sized animals. Among the large animals, there were some that did not know that this forest had a master like Wang Mang. Additionally, Wang Mang had also discovered something. As his body increased, it would be harder for him to evolve by himself. Just like now, he needed 15,000 evolution points. This required at least 15,000 kilograms of blood food. What did 15,000 kilograms of blood food mean? 1 ton was 2,000 kilograms. 15,000 kilograms was 5 tons. Even if it was 1,000 kilograms of water buffalo, he would need to eat 15 of them to evolve. Even if it was the largest elephant, a 5-ton elephant, he would need to eat 3 elephants to evolve. Moreover, once he evolved, the required evolution points would double again. Thus, Wang Mang was very glad that he had the help of his family. His father was a billionaire. Otherwise, Wang Mang's evolution would not be as easy as he imagined. At this moment, in a good mood, Wang Mang began to wander in the forest. He was just trying his luck to see if he could find large prey. As for small prey, they could no longer satisfy Wang Mang. Therefore, these small and medium prey simply couldn't enter Wang Mang's line of sight. Following Wang Mang's inspection of the forest, the small and medium-sized animals in the forest became frightened birds that were frightened by the mere twang of a bough. When they saw Wang Mang's figure, they scattered in all directions in fright. Of course, there were also smart small animals. They didn't pay any attention to Wang Mang at all. Clearly, they already had experience and knew that a colossus like Wang Mang would never hunt them. The wild hares, lynx, mice, and other small animals in the forest had such thoughts. In fact, that was indeed the case. What little meat did they have? Even added together, it wasn't enough to fill Wang Mang's teeth. Looks like there really isn't any prey left in my territory. Thinking of this, Wang Mang prepared to go to the forest behind the mountain again to look for prey and have a good meal. But just as he entered the forest, Wang Mang heard a delicate voice. "Boss, let's hide. I smell the scent of the hunting team leader." After hearing the voice, Wang Mang was stunned. There was actually a woman's voice in the forest in the middle of the night. Out of curiosity, Wang Mang carefully and quietly approached the forest. Then, Wang Mang saw a strange scene not far away. He saw a little teddy standing next to a cheetah. Perhaps this strange combination wasn't the strangest part of it, but what Wang Mang saw next was even stranger. He saw that the leopard also spoke. "There's no use in hiding. If we can't kill the hunting team and fail the mission, the beast god space will wipe us out sooner or later. Moreover, if we're one step behind, we'll be behind every step. I don't want to be eliminated. Can you understand? Also, I don't have many points left. Even if I escape this time, when will there be a next time? It's not that I want to lecture you, but Elizabeth Liu, you need to save some points to save your life in the future. If you don't have any points deducted from the mission failure, the beast god will..." Speaking of this, the adult cheetah suddenly stopped. It looked around and shouted angrily, "Who's there? Come out!" After hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned. He had been discovered even though he was so far away, and he was discovered by these two teddy and leopard who could speak human language. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was a little bewildered, because he hadn't been discovered before. Moreover, when Wang Mang was hiding, he didn't even move. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible to be discovered. Moreover, when he was hiding earlier, he even used the color of his body to camouflage and completely blended in with the forest. This was also why Wang Mang was sure that these two people definitely didn't discover him before. As for why he was discovered now, to be honest, Wang Mang was also a little confused. These two guys were so strange. But what Wang Mang didn't know was that his guess was right. This little teddy and cheetah really didn't discover him. However, when Cheetah was speaking, Wang Mang happened to hear it. Hence, halfway through its sentence, Cheetah was detected by the Beast Godspace's program and issued a warning. After all, Wang Mang's disguise was simply a joke to the Beast Godspace. Fortunately, Cheetah had shut his mouth in time. Otherwise, if it continued to leak, he would be directly killed by the Beast Godspace. But even so, Wang Mang still received some information. The beast god that these two guys were talking about was probably a big guy. Moreover, the reason why this teddy and cheetah were so strange should be related to this so-called beast god space. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was even more curious about these two guys. These two guys could actually speak human language. However, from Wang Mang's point of view, even if these two guys were a little strange, they were still just Teddy and Cheetah. Hence, after Wang Mang thought for a while, he came out of the forest. At the same time, he sized up Teddy and Cheetah, who were all around him with caution. When they saw the huge Wang Mang coming out of the forest, they couldn't help but be stunned, because Wang Mang's body was too big. Even if it was a wild python, it would be very difficult for it to grow so thick and big, right? Moreover, even if there really was such a huge python, wasn't their luck a little too bad? They even bumped into it. Perhaps the body of this giant python in front of them wasn't considered too big in the beast god space. However, with its size, it was definitely one of the top predators on land. Such a huge python had almost no natural enemies on land. Chapter 13. What made the adult cheetah even more confused was this really a wild python? If it was a wild python, why would the beast Godspace warn him to leak the information? Besides, Wang Tung knew, as long as he did not leak the information of the beast Godspace to any highly intelligent creature, the beast Godspace would never warn him. Could it be that this wild python in front of him had extremely high intelligence? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that this python was a legendary monster that turned into a demon? Wang Tung knew that the demon race definitely existed in this world. It was just that there were very few of them. According to the explanation of the beast god space, the current Earth was in a state of thin spiritual energy. It was very difficult for most animals to cultivate into a demon, or animals that had lived for a long time and became demons after gaining intelligence. However, to be honest, Wang Tung had never seen a demon before. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Tung was sizing up Wang Mang curiously, his heart filled with uncertainty. At the same time, little Teddy beside him was already trembling in fear. Although she was a human, she was only carrying out a mission in the beast god space. But after completing the mission, she could still turn back into a human. In other words, other than when she was on a mission, the members of the beast god space could switch between their human and beast forms when they were not on a mission. Just as Wang Mang was hesitating whether to speak, the adult cheetah, Wang Tung, spoke. "You can understand what we are saying, right?" Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded his huge snake head, deciding not to reveal too much for now and to observe the situation first. Moreover, Wang Mang even had a strong premonition that his death should be related to this so-called beast god space. After seeing Wang Mang really nodding his head, the adult cheetah Wang Tung widened his eyes, obviously not expecting Wang Mang to really understand his words. If this was the case, the warning of the beast god space could be explained clearly. This wild python in front of them was really highly intelligent. It might even be a legendary demon. However, Wang Tung did not know that Wang Mang only had the system. However, it was not an exaggeration to say that Wang Mang was a demon. After all, Wang Mang's current state was indeed somewhat demonic. At the same time, Wang Tung seemed to have thought of something. After that, Wang Tung couldn't help but have an idea. This was because any mission issued by the beast god space would never be a dead mission. Even if it was a suicide mission, there was still a chance of survival. Could it be that this big guy was the only way to survive? Thinking of this, Wang Tung suddenly asked, "Can you help us?" Hearing this, although Wang Mang was curious as to why they were asking him for help, he did not agree rashly. Therefore, Wang Mang nodded and shook its huge snake head. Seeing this, Wang Tung knew that there was hope and said excitedly, "As long as you can help us, we can give you any conditions." Seeing this, little Teddy Elizabeth Lou quickly nodded and said, "Yes, as long as you are willing to help us complete the mission. My family is very rich. As long as you agree to help me, I will send you a lot of food in the future. Okay?" Seeing this, Wang Tung was speechless and wanted to tell his partner not to be so naive, but he saw the giant python in front of him nod. Then they saw an extremely strange scene. They saw that the giant python in front of them actually used its tail to write 3 words on the ground. 100 million. Yes, Wang Tung swore that he did not see wrongly. Moreover, Wang Mang's handwriting was very formal. For a moment, little Teddy and the adult cheetah were stunned. They really wanted to ask, "You are a giant python. Even if you become a demon, you won't spend money, right? What are you going to do with so much money?" Moreover, Wang Mang was simply asking for too much. 100 million. Did he think that everyone was the richest man in the world? 100 million was just a small goal. Even Elizabeth Lou was shocked. She quickly shook her little head and said helplessly, "It's too much. I don't even have so much pocket money saved. Big Python, can't you ask for less? It's really too much. My family won't give me so much money." Although her family was also very rich, the problem was that she did not have so much money. Moreover, she was only 16 years old. How could she take out so much money? Even if she asked her family for money after completing the mission, she would not be able to get so much money. Seeing this, Wang Mang was not surprised. He deliberately asked for too much before. At the same time, he also intended to test how much money little Teddy's family had and what information he wanted. From this, Wang Mang could find out that they might be able to turn back into humans. Thinking of this, Wang Mang swept his tail on the ground and wrote again, "How much can you give?" "I'll give you all my pocket money, okay? Big Python, I have about 9 million in pocket money saved." Little Teddy raised her head and looked at Wang Mang. Her voice sounded pitiful, and her tone was somewhat pleading. Seeing this, Wang Mang was a little surprised. It seemed that this little Teddy's family was really rich. Her identity in real life was probably at least the same level as Wang Mang's family background. Thinking of this, Wang Mang slowly said, 15 million. Wang Mang's sudden words shocked the two of them again. They did not expect that the giant python in front of them could speak, and it pretended that it could not speak before. It was definitely a demon, and an extremely intelligent snake demon. Little Teddy, Elizabeth Lou, and Cheetah, Wang Tung were very certain. After all, it was not strange for snake demons to be able to speak. Among the older generation, all kinds of rumors were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. After hearing Wang Mang's words, little Teddy hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, "All right, big python, 15 million it is. After I complete the mission, I'll borrow some from my friends. It should be enough." At the same time, Wang Mang made a mental note of the word mission. Also, Wang Mang, who wanted to know more, pretended to ask casually, "Are you going to keep doing the mission? What will happen if you complete or fail the mission?" Chapter 14. Hearing this, Cheetah Wang Tung hesitated and said, "We're the same as normal people. The only difference is that we'll awaken our original animal form. Also, after a period of time, we'll be forced to carry out various missions. If we can't complete the mission and have no points, we'll die if we fail the mission. If we complete the mission, we'll get the corresponding points as a reward." At this moment, little Teddy Elizabeth Lou said pitifully, "I don't have many points left. I only have 200 points left. If we fail the mission, we might not die this time. But if we don't have any points left, we'll be sent to carry out missions next time. The death rate will be higher than 99%. Little Teddy's voice was extremely clear. She sounded like she was about to cry and was afraid. Wang Mang didn't care. He just memorized all the information they said. Wang Mang now had a general understanding of their situation. It was the beast god space that kept giving them missions to complete. Completing the mission would give them rewards and points. Otherwise, points would be deducted if they failed. If they didn't have any points, they would be sent to carry out almost certain death missions. If they failed the mission, they would be killed. Therefore, Wang Mang guessed that the points they were talking about should be very important. To verify his guess, Wang Mang asked again, "Points are very important, right?" Little Teddy nodded fiercely. Her ethereal voice was filled with desire. "Of course. With points, we can continue to live and become stronger." After understanding the general information of the beast, God space, Wang Mang nodded and said, "Then what about your mission? What is it? Tell me." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Cheetah Wang Tung breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Our mission is a team battle mission. As long as we wipe out the other team, we'll complete the mission." Wang Mang nodded. He couldn't help but ask, curiously, "Team battle mission? How many members do you have in your team? How many are left now? Also, what other members do they have in their team? If I feel that it's too dangerous, and I can't beat you, I'll just run away." After hearing Wang Mang's words, whether it was Cheetah Wang Tung or Teddy Elizabeth Lou, they were all speechless. They only knew that Wang Mang was very intelligent, but after hearing what Wang Mang said, they were sure that Wang Mang's intelligence was more than just high. His intelligence was probably no different from that of an ordinary person. Wang Tung from Cheetah hesitated for a moment before saying, "We're the only ones left in our team." At this point, Wang Tang's tone was filled with helplessness. After all, the strength of the enemy team was too strong. Then Wang Tung said, "The enemy team has 3 members. They are an adult Bengal tiger, an adult bear, and an adult gorilla." After hearing this, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Such a lineup wasn't too strong. At least from Wang Mang's point of view, the 3 members of the enemy team didn't pose much of a threat to him. It didn't matter if it was the Bengal tiger, the bear, or the gorilla. Wang Mang had a way to deal with them. At most, he was just a little more intelligent. Thinking of this, Wang Mang nodded and said, "All right, you go and think of a way to lure them over." "All right. It's best to lure them over one by one." After hearing Wang Mang's confident words, Wang Tung heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Wang Mang had agreed to help. Moreover, in terms of size, Wang Mang's size was really huge. a 14-meter-long giant python, as thick as a person's waist. Moreover, it was a giant python that he had never seen before. To be honest, Wang Tung didn't know how strong Wang Mang was. However, Wang Tung knew that with Wang Mang's size, it shouldn't be a problem for him to swallow him whole. With such a huge size, its combat strength shouldn't be too weak. Thinking of this, Wang Tung said to little Teddy, "Elizabeth Liu, you stay here. I'll lure them over." After he finished speaking, Wang Tung ran away at an astonishing speed. He disappeared from the forest in no time. After seeing this speed, Wang Mang couldn't help but be surprised. This leopard speed was too fast. To be honest, if Wang Tung wanted to run, Wang Mang definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. No wonder this guy was able to survive until the end with little Teddy in his mouth. Just this speed alone was enough to give people a headache. If Wang Tung wanted to run away, even the enemy's Bengal tiger probably wouldn't be able to catch up. Captain still runs faster. If this wasn't a team battle mission but a survival mission, Captain would definitely be able to survive. At this time, little Teddy, Elizabeth Liu, spoke, her tone full of envy. Her awakened body was little Teddy. She was most afraid of this kind of combat mission. Hearing this, Wang Mang didn't ask much. Instead, he said, "Come closer and lean against this bush. I'll camouflage myself in this bush. You'll be the bait." Hearing Wang Mang's words, little Teddy nodded obediently. "Okay, Big Python, you must help us complete the mission." Wang Mang nodded expressionlessly. "Okay, as long as your captain can lure them over." As he spoke, Wang Mang moved his huge body into the bush, controlling his skin to blend into the bush. If one didn't observe carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice Wang Mang's figure hiding in the bush. Knowing that Wang Mang was hiding behind her, little Teddy finally felt safe. However, she still looked weak. She curled her body into a ball and shivered in the cold night wind. About 10 minutes later, Wang Mang heard the sounds of movement from afar. Similarly, little Teddy, with her sensitive hearing, also heard it. Elizabeth Liu quickly tilted her head and looked into the distance. She saw a scene that made her pale with fright. In the distant forest, Cheetah Wang Tung was running towards them at a moderate speed. A huge tiger was chasing behind him. Chapter 15. Wang Mang, who was hiding in the bushes, naturally saw this scene. This was a larger adult Bengal tiger. This Bengal tiger's size could not be compared to the Siberian tiger. However, it was definitely not small among the tigers. Its size was exactly one size smaller than the Siberian tiger. Not only that, while chasing, this Bengal tiger even said, "Don't run. It's useless even if you run, until dawn. Wang Tung, as long as you obediently surrender and give up the mission, join our team after the mission is over, I can still lend you 200 points. Obviously, this Bengal tiger really wanted to recruit Wang Tung. After all, his team members were all members with stronger physical strength. In addition, Wang Tung's physical body was still Cheetah. Cheetah was also one of the best in the food chain of land predators. Just this point alone was enough to qualify him to join his team. Hearing the Bengal tiger's words behind him, Wang Tung still did not speak, but his speed gradually slowed down. Seeing this scene, the Bengal tiger laughed in his heart, thinking that his words had some effect. Thinking of this, the Bengal tiger also gradually slowed down. He did not push too hard and gave the other party time to think. This was because if Wang Tung ran desperately, it would take a lot of effort to catch him. However, when the Bengal tiger saw little Teddy in the bushes not far away, he could not help but laugh. He obviously did not expect to meet Wang Tung's teammates here. In other words, as long as they killed Wang Tung and this little Teddy, their mission would be considered completed. For a moment, the Bengal tiger slowed down, but he was still approaching little Teddy. If Wang Tung wanted to save his teammates, his speed would definitely be delayed. By then, this Wang Tung would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Just as expected. Soon, he saw that Wang Tung had already stopped and said to little Teddy in shock and anger, "Elizabeth Liu, why are you here?" Of course, Wang Tung was just acting for the Bengal tiger. His acting was really good. This was because Wang Tung knew that the giant python that promised to help them was most likely hiding in the bushes. At this moment, the Bengal tiger suddenly laughed proudly and said, "Wang Tung, stop running. Look at your teammates. First, it's a Scottish fold, and now it's a teddy bear. With such a team, you'll be dragged to death sooner or later. Join our hunting team. Our hunting team isn't very strong now, but our members are all land animals with potential. Sooner or later, we will also become a top team." After hearing the Bengal tiger's words, Wang Tung was silent. After a long silence, he finally said, "Okay." After that, Wang Tung retreated to the side, looking completely helpless and resigned to his fate. Seeing this, the Bengal tiger could not help but be happy and said, "Okay, Wang Tung, wait for me to take care of your teammates, then I'll take care of you. After the mission is over, you can join our team directly. I'll give you 200 mission points directly." Hearing this, little Teddy looked angry and asked angrily, "Captain, how can you do this?" Needless to say, women were really born with good acting skills. If he did not know the inside story, Wang Mang would have been fooled by little Teddy. At this moment, the Bengal tiger sneered and said, "Wang Tung just doesn't want to be dragged down by trash like you." After that, the Bengal tiger walked towards little Teddy. Without Wang Tung's help, to him, little Teddy was as easy as stepping on an ant. Seeing this, little Teddy trembled and begged in panic, "Big Tiger, can I join your team too? Can you give me 200 mission points too?" Hearing this, the Bengal tiger's face showed a ferocious smile and said, "Sorry, our team doesn't need trash." These words almost angered little Teddy to death. Even Wang Mang, who was hiding in the bushes, almost could not hold back his laughter. From an objective point of view, Wang Mang really liked the Bengal tiger's attitude. If it were him, he would have done the same. After all, Wang Mang already understood the system of the beast god dimension. The system of the beast god dimension was either to become stronger or to be eliminated and wait for death. Only the strong could continue to live in the so-called beast god dimension and become stronger. The weak were destined to be eliminated or killed in the beast god dimension. Of course, from the perspective of benefits, Wang Mang would definitely help little Teddy. Therefore, as the Bengal tiger kept approaching, Wang Mang was ready to attack. To be honest, Wang Mang had never killed a tiger before. Therefore, Wang Mang's heart was already excited. Moreover, the tiger that he was about to kill was a tiger with human intelligence. At this moment, as the adult Bengal tiger kept approaching, little Teddy looked like he was scared out of his wits. He roared in anger and despair. "Ah, you'll die a horrible death, you stinky tiger. I curse you, you'll be killed sooner or later." Seeing little Teddy cursing and swearing in despair, the Bengal tiger really enjoyed this scene. He really enjoyed the struggle of this ant that was about to be slaughtered. "All right, go in peace." After that, the Bengal tiger pounced on the little Teddy like a tiger pouncing on its prey. But in the next moment, the Bengal tiger suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Then he subconsciously controlled his body and changed from pouncing in the air to doing a somersault on the spot. At the same time, Wang Mang, who was already prepared to attack, was stunned when he saw this scene. This tiger's reaction speed was too exaggerated. In the next moment, Wang Mang saw the Bengal tiger quickly take a few steps back and look at the bushes cautiously. This was because when he was about to pounce and kill little Teddy, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. This also caused him to immediately stop in time. Seeing this scene, Wang Tung's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect that the Bengal tiger's sense of danger had reached such a level. If he had not observed carefully for a long time, he would not have noticed Wang Mang hiding in the bushes. At the same time, the Bengal tiger's gaze was fixed on the unremarkable bushes in front of him. He paced back and forth for a while, and at the same time, he was seriously thinking about the problem. After thinking about it, the Bengal tiger realized that something was very wrong, especially since Wang Tung's series of abnormal behavior from before until now, coupled with the strong sense of danger from before. The Bengal tiger was sure that he had not sensed wrongly. Therefore, the Bengal tiger quickly came up with a conjecture that this could very well be a trap. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. Wang Tung just happened to meet his teammates in the process of escaping and then surrendered so easily. The more the Bengal tiger thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He said to the bushes, "Come out. I see you." In reality, he did not see Wang Mang. He only felt that the source of danger came from the bushes. Hearing this, Wang Mang was even more surprised. This tiger is too vigilant, isn't it? He discovered him just like that. Thinking of this, Wang Mang did not hide anymore. Gradually, he moved his huge snake body out of the bushes. When he saw the giant python hiding in the bushes, this Bengal tiger, who was known as the king of beasts, was also shocked. He only felt his scalp go numb, and his fur stood up. He was obviously frightened. Chapter 16. He felt goosebumps all over his body. Looking at the giant python in front of him, his heart was filled with fear. No wonder he immediately felt a strong sense of danger when he approached the bushes just now. To be honest, he did not expect such a huge python to be hiding in the bushes. Just the size of Wang Mang's body was enough to make his scalp tingle. If he did not pay attention and was ambushed by this giant python, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, little Teddy was also not satisfied. She angrily asked, "Big Tiger, how did you find out?" Hearing that, the Bengal tiger was terrified. However, on the surface, he smiled coldly and said, "I just feel that all of this is too coincidental. Also, when I approached the bushes, the beginner-level danger perception that I bought felt a strong sense of danger." Hearing that, Wang Tung and Elizabeth Liu were very surprised. They did not expect the Bengal tiger to buy danger perception. Although it was only a beginner-level danger perception, the price was very expensive. It was not something that a member who had just joined the Beast God Space could afford. When he thought of this, Wang Tung's heart turned heavy. As expected, those who were able to become team leaders and were doing so well weren't simple. For example, this beginner-level danger perception cost 2,000 mission points. Others felt that this thing was not very useful. It was expensive and did not increase one's strength by much. Therefore, very few people would choose to buy this type of support skill. For example, he used all the points he got from completing missions to buy the ability to increase his speed. Therefore, his speed was very fast. He even surpassed the fastest person in history, Cheetah. But who would have thought that a fake team leader would not spend all his points on increasing his strength and instead buy this type of support skill? After listening to the Bengal tiger's explanation, Wang Mang was speechless. The so-called danger perception was actually something that all living creatures had. It was just that the degree of strength was different. Wang Mang did not expect that this weird tiger would have such a weird support skill. Although it did not increase one's combat strength by much, its danger perception was very terrifying. This also caused Wang Mang's never-failing ambush to fail. The Bengal tiger sneered and said, "How can your thinking be better than mine?" Obviously, he didn't want to explain too much to his enemy. He just stared coldly at Wang Mang. It could be said that the sense of danger that Wang Mang gave him was too strong. In fact, He was much more terrifying than all the enemies he had encountered before. From this, one could imagine how much pressure Wang Mang was exerting on him. Similarly, the Bengal tiger was also very puzzled as to why Wang Mang would appear here. Could it be that Wang Mang was also from the beast god space? Thinking of this, the Bengal tiger could not help but ask, "Why are you helping them? Two ants shouldn't be worthy of your help, right? What conditions did they offer? I can pay you double." Hearing this, without waiting for Wang Mang to speak, Wang Tung sneered and said, "Are you sure you can pay double? A price of 10 million, double is 20 million. Are you sure you can pay? If I remember correctly, you don't come from a rich family." Wang Tung's words made the Bengal tiger fall silent for a while. He smiled and said, "Looks like God is fair. Although my family is poor, my awakened body is not weak. If that's the case, then let's fight." After saying that, the Bengal tiger retreated instead of advancing. He raised his head and roared. Seeing this, Wang Tung instantly became anxious and said, "Quickly finish him off. He's gathering the other two members." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Tung impatiently pounced on the Bengal tiger and opened his mouth to attack. The Bengal tiger, who was already prepared, naturally did not let him succeed so easily. He easily jumped to the side and dodged. Not only that, the Bengal tiger's most important target was all on Wang Mang. Not long after, just as Wang Mang was about to hunt this Bengal tiger, suddenly he heard movement from afar. After turning the snake's head, Wang Mang saw two big guys rushing over from afar. They were a big bear and a 2-meter-tall gorilla. At the same time, the big bear and gorilla, who rushed over, saw Wang Mang's size and felt their hair stand on end. At the same time, they were also very puzzled. They remembered that in Wang Tung's team, there was no such big guy. Then, where did this big guy in front of them come from? Could it be a wild python? But a wild python was too big. It was actually 14 meters long and thicker than a person's waist. To be honest, even the other two members of the Bengal tiger did not know what to do. After all, this was the first time they had seen such a huge wild python. Therefore, they were more or less a little afraid. However, they thought that a wild python would be easy to deal with. If they wanted to deal with it, they should still have a way. They had intelligence that these wild animals did not have. Just as they were having this thought, the Bengal tiger said, "You guys be careful. This giant python is not simple." Hearing the captain's words, the bear and gorilla were stunned and somewhat puzzled. At this time, the adult Bengal tiger continued to explain, "This wild python is extremely intelligent. Also, didn't you guys notice that this big guy is a bit like the mad dragon we met before?" After hearing this, both the bear and gorilla were stunned. After carefully sizing up Wang Mang for a while, they were even more stunned. Then, they looked as if they had seen a ghost and cried out in horror. How is this possible? The titanoboa went extinct 50 million years ago. How could he be the Titan python? Chapter 17. While the bear and gorilla were extremely shocked, they were also guessing Wang Mang's identity. However, just as they were about to question Wang Mang if he was also a player, they were immediately warned by the beast god space. Therefore, from this, they could be sure that Wang Mang was really not a player of the beast god space. Then, Wang Mang's identity was obviously without a doubt. It was very likely that he was a wild Titan python, but it was precisely because of this that they felt even more shocked. Logically speaking, Titan pythons should have been extinct long ago. How could they explain this Wang Mang in front of them? As expected, the words of those scientists and biologists on the Science Channel could not be completely trusted, or rather, Earth was full of mysteries and was far from being as simple as it looked. They also realized that the giant python in front of them looked very similar to the former player of the Beast God Space. Mad Dragon. Mad Dragon! This was a name, and it was also a player. This was an opponent they had encountered during the survival mission. This person called Mad Dragon had terrifying strength, and his original body was also a python. Moreover, he was not an ordinary python, but a giant python that had exchanged for the Titan python bloodline. During the survival mission, even a few Siberian tigers and horned lions did not dare to provoke this Mad Dragon. At that time, Mad Dragon's body was about the same size as Wang Mang's current body. Thinking up to this point, Black Bear and the gorilla sucked in a breath of cold air as they sized up Wang Mang with wary gazes. As for Wang Mang, they did not know if he was as strong as the Mad Dragon they had encountered before. However, with the same size, even if he was weak, how weak could he be? Because of this, they were full of fear towards Wang Mang. However, this battle had to go on. Otherwise, with Wang Mang in front of them, they would not be able to complete the mission. At this time, Cheetah and Wang Tung in the distance also approached. At this time, the adult Bengal tiger immediately started cheering for his teammates. He smiled at Wang Mang and said, "Let's see if you can help them." After saying that, the adult Bengal tiger ordered the bear beside him, "You go and deal with." But before the adult Bengal tiger could speak, Wang Mang no longer had the patience to listen to them. Wang Mang moved his huge body and charged towards the adult Bengal tiger first. His 3-meter-tall snake head stood upright, and his body moved quickly. At the same time, he opened his mouth to pounce. Seeing this scene, the tiger was shocked and quickly jumped away. Similarly, the gorilla and bear also reflexively jumped away. That was because they were already very apprehensive of Wang Mang. Their minds were always on high alert, always on guard. Therefore, when Wang Mang launched his attack, he had already formed a conditioned reflex and subconsciously dodged. Wang Mang was not surprised that his attack did not succeed. He immediately gave up on attacking his target and twisted his huge body to charge towards the gorilla and bear. That was because the adult Bengal tiger was too fast. At least, it was not something that Wang Mang could catch up to. Therefore, Wang Mang changed his target to the bear and gorilla. Seeing this scene, the adult Bengal tiger's heart sank. He knew that Wang Mang planned to get rid of his 2 teammates first. However, he also had a chance. His chance was to completely kill Cheetah, Wang Tung, and Little Teddy in the shortest time possible. Little Teddy could be killed at any time, but the problem was that Cheetah, Wang Tung's speed was giving him a headache. Therefore, the Bengal tiger sneered at Cheetah and said, "If you plan to stall for time, then everyone can forget about completing the mission. Either fight with me, or none of us can complete the mission." Facing the Bengal tiger's pressure, Wang Tung gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." After saying that, Wang Tung roared and rushed towards the Bengal tiger. Although he knew that he could not defeat the Bengal tiger, he just needed to endure the Bengal tiger's fierce attack. When Wang Mang finished off the other 2 members of the Bengal tiger, he would be considered to have won. As for Little Teddy, he had already escaped to who knows where. Therefore, he was not worried that the team would be wiped out and fail the mission. In an instant, a great battle was about to break out in the forest. The adult Bengal tiger and Cheetah started to bite and fight. On the other side, Shaking Bear, who was being chased by Wang Mang, was also furious. He felt that Wang Mang looked down on him. He felt that he was the easiest to bully. Otherwise, why would he chase him instead of the gorilla? "I'll King kill you." With a roar, the black bear charged at Wang Mang as if it had gone mad. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was not shocked but happy instead. He also moved his body, arching his 3-meter-tall snake head and pouncing directly at the black bear. Seeing Wang Mang's bloody mouth pouncing towards its prey, The black bear's reaction speed was extremely fast. After dodging Wang Mang's attack, he grabbed Wang Mang's huge snake head with his two front limbs and started to bite at Wang Mang crazily. He obviously wanted to bite off Wang Mang's head. The problem was that Wang Mang's body was too big. The snake head was thicker than a person's waist and was the thickest part of the body. Therefore, Shaking Bear's crazy bite only made Wang Mang bloody. However, feeling the intense pain from his body, Wang Mang was enraged. He used his skill without hesitation. Super Self-Healing. Petrification. Chapter 18. After these two skills were used, Yi Zichen's expression changed drastically. Wang Mang's body's defense was instantly pulled to the maximum. His body was as hard as a rock. At the same time, the wound that was bitten by the black bear was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the black bear that was about to continue biting Wang Mang was even more shocked and angry when he saw this scene. That was because he discovered that he was still able to tear and tear at Wang Mang's body. He was still able to leave behind wounds. But now, when he bit down, it was as if he was biting a piece of rock. Instead, it made him feel a toothache. Therefore, no matter how hoarse he was unable to cause more damage to Wang Mang. He could only prevent Wang Mang's wounds from healing quickly. Moreover, this big black bear was not an animal after all. He was a human and had already realized that something was wrong. This Wang Mang had a special skill on him. It was not just the primitive fighting instinct of a wild beast. At this moment, Wang Mang's huge body had unknowingly wrapped around his body. Moreover, as Wang Mang's body kept shrinking under the death entanglement, this black bear could not help but let out a miserable cry, accompanied by the crackling sound of bones breaking. Mouthfuls of blood gushed out from his mouth. This was a sign that his internal organs were injured. Ignore pain. The black bear roared angrily, knowing that he was about to die. Therefore, he decided to maximize his value. Even if he died, he had to hurt Wang Mang to a certain extent. After he used Ignore Pain, the intense pain in his body completely disappeared in an instant. Then, he continued to bite Wang Mang crazily without caring about anything, but he felt that his consciousness was becoming more and more blurry. At the same time, the gorilla on the other side rushed up with a big rock. He kept holding the big rock and crazily smashed Wang Mang's huge snake head. "I'll kill you. Let him go." The roaring gorilla tried to use fierce attacks to make Wang Mang let go of his teammate, but no matter how he smashed it, he found that the damage done to Wang Mang was very limited. The giant python's skin and flesh weren't torn apart like he had imagined. This also shocked the gorilla. Could it be that this titan python also had a skill? That was indeed the case. Wang Mang didn't just have skills. He still had a lot of skills. Currently, after Wang Mang used 2 skills, his combat power was off the charts. Of course, although Wang Mang didn't seem to be injured, he wasn't immune to pain. He didn't have any skills that made him immune to pain. The pain he felt was all due to his willpower. Moreover, whether it was the bear's bite or the gorilla's smashing, they all gave Wang Mang great pain. At the same time, this also infuriated Wang Mang, making him even crazier and more bloodthirsty. Wang Mang did not pay any attention to the gorilla. He only continued to shrink his body that was wrapped around the bear. In the end, the bear's body was twisted out of shape by him. After confirming that the bear was completely dead, Wang Mang even chose to add a bite of his poisonous fangs. After doing all this, Wang Mang finally let go of his body. Then Wang Mang tried to move his snake body and wrap it around the gorilla's body. But when the gorilla saw Wang Mang's actions, he was very smart. He immediately threw away the stone and quickly dodged. He knew that once he was wrapped around by Wang Mang, he would be like the bear and completely lose the strength to struggle. With the previous example, the gorilla didn't dare to get close to Wang Mang. At the same time, following the death of the bear, Wang Tung, the Bengal tiger, and the gorilla all heard the notification from the beast god space. Player Qinshan, eliminated due to external factors. It could be said that other than Wang Mang, they all heard the notification from the beast god space. Even little Teddy, who had run off to hide somewhere, heard it. Roar, roar. Damn it. Gorilla, come over and deal with Wang Ting. I'll deal with this giant python. At this time, the Bengal tiger in the distance roared angrily when he heard that his teammate had died. Originally, when he fought with Wang Tung, he always had the upper hand and would completely suppress Wang Tung. This was obvious from the cheetah Wang Tung's body that was riddled with injuries, but his teammate was disappointing. How long had it been since Wang Mang killed one of his teammates? Therefore, the Bengal tiger decided to deal with Wang Mang personally. Moreover, it was very easy for the gorilla to deal with Wang Tung. Maybe he couldn't kill cheetah Wang Tung in a short time, but dealing with a cheetah was very easy. After hearing the words of the captain, the Bengal tiger, the gorilla was relieved. He was really helpless against Wang Mang, this giant python. If he wasn't careful, he would die. Now, when he heard that the Bengal tiger took the initiative to deal with Wang Mang, he was relieved from the bottom of his heart. However, he still reminded him with fear, "Captain, be careful. This guy's body can be petrified and has super self-healing abilities." The self-healing speed is very terrifying. The petrification on the surface of his body can make his body comparable to stone. It's very difficult to hurt him. The Bengal tiger, who was already mentally prepared, felt his heart sink to the bottom after hearing about Wang Mang's skills. He didn't expect that the giant python in front of him was more troublesome and difficult to deal with than he imagined. Moreover, he didn't know if Wang Mang had any other heaven-defying abilities. Just the super self-healing ability alone was very terrifying. This was a skill that could be said to be almost immortal, as long as they couldn't deal a fatal blow to this giant python. Then it would be very difficult for them to kill this giant python. It had to be said that this skill was a little too overpowered. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was cheating. Even the Bengal tiger felt a headache when he knew about this skill. He couldn't understand how this wild giant python in front of him, who wasn't a player in the beast god space, could be so overpowered. Chapter 19. So, just Wang Mang, who had this super self-healing skill. In the eyes of this Bengal tiger, Wang Mang was already more terrifying and abnormal than the mad dragon they had encountered before. At least, Mad Dragon did not have such a heaven-defying skill. In a short period of time, Mad Dragon probably would not be able to afford it. Therefore, to be honest, even he did not have much confidence in dealing with the giant python in front of him. He was even prepared to fail the mission. However, even if that was the case, he still wanted to see exactly how powerful Wang Mang was. Therefore, after the Bengal tiger came to a few meters in front of Wang Mang, it kept taking small steps, looking for an opportunity to attack. Wang Mang did not pay any attention to this. He did not even have the patience to talk to this Bengal tiger, because after using this skill, Wang Mang was basically not afraid of anything, even if it was a top-land predator. Wang Mang was basically not afraid of anything. Because of this, Wang Mang immediately moved his body quickly and rushed towards this Bengal tiger. Facing Wang Mang, who opened his bloody mouth and pounced towards him, the Bengal tiger quickly jumped a few meters away. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was still patient. After a few pounces, this Bengal tiger was completely enraged. "Damn it! I want to see how strong you are." After roaring, this Bengal tiger turned its head and rushed towards Wang Mang. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang laughed in his heart. He knew that this Bengal tiger had been enraged. Once it was enraged and fought with him, this Bengal tiger could forget about living. If this Bengal tiger chose not to fight him head-on, Wang Mang would really be helpless. Seeing the Bengal tiger pouncing towards him, Wang Mang purposely showed a flaw and was instantly bitten by this Bengal tiger. Wang Mang also took advantage of the opportunity to bite the Bengal tiger's nape, and at the same time began to inject venom with his fangs. After being bitten by Wang Mang, the Bengal tiger immediately knew that it was not good. But when he wanted to escape in time, he realized that Wang Mang had been biting him and not letting go. Therefore, it could be said that, for a while, it could not even escape, no matter how much it struggled. It was useless. Not only that, at this moment, Wang Mang had already used death entanglement. His huge body was wrapped around the Bengal tiger's body, like a dumpling. At the same time, this Bengal tiger could not help but cry out in pain. Following that, this Bengal tiger became even more ferocious. He opened his bloody mouth and bit down on Wang Mang's body, not letting go in the slightest from start to finish. Obviously, this Bengal tiger also knew that when he was entangled by Wang Mang, he was destined to die, without a doubt. In fact, this was indeed the case. What made this Bengal tiger even more terrified was that he could feel the intense pain in his body. This was obviously the effect of the venom acting up. The pain of the venom wreaking havoc in his body made him lose the strength to fight. Very quickly, he weakly let go of his mouth. This process was very short, only a few minutes. In other words, this Bengal tiger, under Wang Mang's venom, did not last more than a few minutes before being killed by Wang Mang. Even this Bengal tiger's body had been completely deformed by Wang Mang's entanglement. At the same time, Cheetah and the gorilla, who were fighting not far away, both heard the notification from the beast god dimension frowny face player Bengal tiger, eliminated by external factors. After hearing the cold notification, Wang Tung, who should really be fighting a bloody battle, was extremely excited. Although his current state was very tragic, many parts of his body were even badly mangled by this gorilla's bites. But he knew that he had already won, because this giant python would soon be able to help him easily kill this detestable gorilla. In fact, this was also the case. After Wang Mang killed this Bengal tiger, he was not in a hurry to eat this tiger and the bear from before. Wang Mang began to move his body, rushing towards the gorilla's location. Although this gorilla wanted to retreat, it was completely held back by Wang Tung. At this moment, the two of them were in such a state. Wang Tung's cheetah was biting one of the gorilla's arms, biting it until it was badly mangled. The equally angry gorilla kept hammering Wang Tung's leopard head, hammering Wang Tung's entire head until it was dripping with blood. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang rushed over and immediately opened his bloody mouth and pounced forward. Under this gorilla's shocked and angry gaze, his bloody mouth bit down on this gorilla's shoulder. "Ah, damn it! I'll fight it out with you." Following the sharp pain, the gorilla roared angrily. He chose to give up on continuing to bite Wang Tung and started hammering Wang Mang's huge snake head angrily. However, his attacks did not do much damage to Wang Mang. Not only that, Wang Mang's huge snake head even held him in the air. Then, at the same time, venom was injected into his fangs. After doing all this, Wang Mang threw him out fiercely, smashing him to the ground. Just as Wang Mang was about to move his snake body forward to completely end this gorilla, this cheetah, Wang Tung hastily said, "Leave him to me. After killing him, I can get points." Hearing this, Wang Mang stopped and nodded, and handed this gorilla over to Wang Tung. Then Wang Mang twisted his body and began to devour this big black bear. Although this black bear was huge to Wang Mang, it was still huge. However, Wang Mang was really able to swallow it whole, and he did not have to worry about being stuffed to death. Therefore, Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth and swallowed it whole under Wang Tung and little Teddy's stunned gaze. At the same time, the system's voice rang. Ding. Congratulations to the host for devouring a mutated black bear. Obtained 800 evolution points. After hearing the voice in his mind, Wang Mang was a bit surprised. This was because this Bengal tiger's body did not weigh 400 kilograms, yet it gave him 800 evolution points. However, Wang Mang quickly thought of a possibility. Perhaps these members of the beast god space were a bit different. Otherwise, the system would not have notified him that this was a mutated Bengal tiger. Moreover, the evolution points given by the system was a good thing for Wang Mang. Thus, Wang Mang once again swallowed the remaining Bengal tiger. Although this Bengal tiger's body was not very big, it was not something a black bear could compare to. Thus, Wang Mang could only divide and devour it, but it did not take much time. At the same time, after Wang Mang swallowed the Bengal tiger, the system's voice rang again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring a mutated Bengal tiger. Obtained 1,500 evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang inwardly thought that it was as expected. After devouring these members of the beast god space, he obtained a lot of evolution points. It was not something that the evolution points gained from devouring an ordinary animal could compare to. Chapter 20. For example, the Bengal tiger that Wang Mang had devoured. It did not weigh 1,500 gene, but it gave him 1,500 evolution points. After thinking about this, Wang Mang had some guesses. It seems that devouring normal prey could give him evolution points. However, the amount of evolution points he obtained was still based on his weight. It was not as much as these mutated animals that gave him evolution points. Next, Wang Mang once again devoured a 2-meter-tall gorilla that had already been killed by Wang Tung. This gorilla also gave Wang Mang 800 evolution points. At this point, there was a black bear, a Bengal tiger, and a gorilla. These three fellows had given Wang Mang 3,100 evolution points. This was out of Wang Mang's expectations, but it made him happy. Tonight's harvest was truly plentiful. Thinking about this, Wang Mang immediately moved his body and arrived beside the cheetah Wang Tung. However, at this time, little Teddy had already appeared not far away. Little Teddy, Elizabeth Liu, excitedly ran over and excitedly said, "Captain, Big Python, you guys are too strong." Hearing this, Wang Mang did not have any reaction and only expressionlessly nodded. On the other hand, Wang Tung was somewhat modest as he gasped for breath and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Big Python. Otherwise, I would have already died at the hands of the Bengal tiger." In reality, this was also the case. Wang Tung knew his own strength. If it was not for Wang Mang's help, he would have already died. Hearing this, Wang Mang did not mind at all. His relationship with the two of them was not that good. Everything was just an exchange of benefits. Thus, Wang Mang slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Little Teddy, Elizabeth Liu, right? Don't forget what you promised me." Little Teddy nodded and said, "Don't worry, Big Python. I won't forget what I promised you. I'll leave you my phone number. Just call me when the time comes." After that, little Teddy gave Wang Mang a phone number. Wang Mang also memorized the number. Next, Cheetah Wang Tung turned to Wang Mang and said, "If fate wills it, we'll meet again. I thank you on behalf of all the members of our longevity team." Wang Mang nodded. Then he saw a strange scene. Little Teddy and Cheetah Wang Tung disappeared into thin air. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang felt even more emotional. This beast god space was indeed extraordinary. However, Wang Mang didn't care. He had the help of the system. Furthermore, It was a one-on-one assistance. There weren't so many restrictions in the so-called beast god space. He didn't need to do any missions. He could become stronger as he wished. There was no need to worry about losing his life. At the same time, what Wang Meng didn't know was that Elizabeth Liu, who had just returned to the beast god space, was overjoyed after receiving the reward for the mission. Then, Elizabeth Liu decided to purchase the ability to become stronger. That was because she had gained a small reward from this mission. She had gained the basic 200 points from the mission. Moreover, team leader Wang Teng gave her 100 points as her contribution to the team. After doing all this, the young man Wang Teng, who had transformed back into his human form, said, "Elizabeth Liu, I'll have to trouble you with the money." Hearing this, Elizabeth Liu looked at Wang Teng in surprise. Then she curled her lips and said, "Team leader, you didn't take it seriously, did you? The phone number I gave to that python just now was fake. I didn't plan to give him money at all. Besides, I don't know if I'll meet him again in the future. He's useless to us. Why should we give him money?" After hearing Elizabeth Liu's words, the young man Wang Teng frowned. Looking at the slender and elegant girl in front of him, he felt a little disgusted for the first time. However, he didn't refute. It was just that he didn't have a good impression of this little teddy girl like before. After all, this mission was indeed thanks to Wang Meng. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. However, this young girl in front of him, who was quite scheming, had inadvertently exposed her nature in this matter. However, she was right. They might not meet again in the future. It was normal for her to regret her decision and not be willing to give him money. Therefore, Wang Teng couldn't say anything. He couldn't force Elizabeth Liu to give him the money, right? Therefore, Wang Teng could only hope that they wouldn't encounter this python in future missions. Otherwise, their team would definitely be finished. After all, this python's intelligence was no different from that of an ordinary person. After discovering that it had been cheated, how could this python not hold a grudge? At the same time, on the other side, Wang Meng still didn't know that he had been cheated. Wang Meng, who was in a good mood, quickly ran to his grandmother's house before dawn. He borrowed his grandmother's phone. The next day, Wang Meng asked his grandmother to help him make a call. This call was, of course, to Elizabeth Liu. The purpose was also the 15 million she had promised. However, it would have been better if he hadn't called. After the call, Wang Meng's mood instantly became gloomy, especially when he heard the phone notification that the number he had dialed was not in service. No matter how slow Wang Meng's reaction was, he realized that he had been tricked. Thinking of this, Wang Meng's heart was incomparably furious. A strong, murderous intent erupted. "Damn be asterisk cheese, don't let me meet you, or I'll kill you." For a moment, Wang Meng's snake eyes were cold. The snake's head was twisted ferociously, giving people a chilling feeling. When his grandmother saw this scene, she couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Grandson, what's going on?" Facing his grandmother's question, Wang Meng remembered that his grandmother was still beside him. Wang Meng hurriedly controlled his emotions. After suppressing the anger in his heart, he recounted the entire incident in a nutshell. When his grandmother found out that her grandson had been cheated, she also felt the same and was very angry. Soon after, his grandmother looked at her grandson, Wang Meng, with a doting expression on her face. She said earnestly, "Grandson, don't easily believe what others say. Understand? There are too many bad people these days. They dared to cheat grandson. Sooner or later, they will suffer retribution." Hearing his grandmother's reminder, Wang Meng felt angry and helpless. He nodded and said, "Grandmother, grandson understands." "Oh, right. Grandmother, it's almost dawn. I have to go back to the mountain. Grandmother, remember to call my father and ask him to send more pigs over these few days. Grandson wants to evolve and become stronger these few days. The old grandmother stroked Wang Mang's huge snake head and nodded repeatedly. Grandmother understands. Grandson, quickly go back to the mountain and hide. It's almost dawn. Chapter 21. Wang Mang nodded and was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw the Tibetan Mastiff in the yard shaking its head at him. After seeing the Black Panther, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. Grandma, take off the Black Panther's leash. Let the Black Panther accompany me up the mountain. Hearing this, Grandma thought for a moment and nodded. All right, grandson won't be lonely up there. Remember to visit Grandma often. After saying that, Grandma went forward and took off the Black Panther's leash. The Black Panther was as excited as a wild horse. It excitedly circled around Wang Mang, shaking its head and wagging its tail. Seeing this, Wang Mang was overjoyed. He said to Grandma, Grandma, I'm leaving with the Black Panther. Hurry up. It's almost dawn. Grandson, hurry up and go back up the mountain. Grandma waved her hand reluctantly. After nodding his huge snake head, Wang Mang called out to the Black Panther, Black Panther, let's go. After saying that, Wang Mang moved his huge snake body and left Grandma's house. After that, Wang Mang quickly shuttled through the forest, followed by the Black Panther. Half an hour later, a snake and a dog. They successfully returned to the forest near the Huanshan Reservoir. Wang Mang took the lead and brought the Black Panther to his new lair. This lair was very large, 2 meters tall and 2 meters wide. The location was also very good. The lush weeds at the entrance of the cave completely covered the entrance. Wang Mang wriggled his enormous snake body and entered the depths of the pitch-black cave. He coiled himself up on a large rock. As for the Black Panther, after seeing Wang Mang sleeping motionlessly, the Black Panther immediately ran out of the snake's lair. He seemed to have let go of his natural instincts. Regarding this, Wang Mang didn't care too much. After all, this area was his territory. There were basically no large carnivorous beasts around. Wang Mang stayed there for 2 days. Every night, Wang Mang would come out of the cave to be active or wander around the small farms. On the 3rd day, Wang Mang finally received the 100 pigs he had been waiting for his father to deliver. Every single one of these hundreds of pigs that had just come out of the pen was extremely plump, causing Wang Mang to be extremely excited. Therefore, on the night of the 3rd day, not long after it got dark, Wang Mang left the lair and went to the small farms. The hundreds of pigs that his father had prepared for him were more than enough for him to evolve once. However, it was still difficult for Wang Mang to evolve twice at once. But to evolve once to evolve, it was more than enough. Therefore, Wang Mang quickly moved his snake body quickly to go to the pigs to the time. What made Wang Mang speechless was that pigs were indeed pigs. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. Even though they were about to die, they were still sleeping so soundly. Thus, Wang Mang once again began to kill. Soon, following a series of miserable cries, the pigs entered Wang Mang's stomach one after another. On the other hand, the Black Panther followed behind Wang Mang and ate a bit, but it didn't eat much. After all, how much could a dog eat? He wasn't like Wang Mang, who could instantly digest the food and turn it into evolution points. Of course, as Wang Mang continued to devour pig after pig, the system notifications kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have devoured an adult pig. Obtained 433 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have devoured an adult pig. Obtained 429 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have devoured an adult pig. Obtained 459 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have devoured an adult pig. Obtained 411 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have devoured an adult pig. Obtained 434 evolution points. In an instant, the entire night was filled with the miserable cries of the pigs. By the time Wang Mang had finished eating all the pigs in the pig pen, the entire pig pen could be said to be a mess and filled with the smell of blood. However, the mess of blood and the mess of the pig pen did not require Wang Mang to take care of. Currently, Wang Mang had already devoured over 100 pigs and obtained more than 40,000 evolution points. Naturally, Wang Mang had already met the requirements to evolve. Thus, after Wang Mang finished eating the pigs, Wang Mang had already received the system notification that he could evolve again. Moreover, Wang Mang guessed that the evolution points he obtained this time would be enough for him to evolve twice. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel excited. He quickly said, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang type, mutated Titan Python status, pseudo-adult status, healthy body, 14 meters long, 700 kilograms weight, fighting strength, 1,600 kilograms of bite force, 60 kilometers per hour. Skills, death coil, poisonous teeth, skin camouflage, defense strengthening, super healing evolution points, 46750/15,000. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang could not help but become excited. As expected, the evolution points he obtained were enough for him to evolve twice. After all, Wang Mang had obtained more than 3,000 evolution points from killing the 3 fellows from the beast god space. Now, what did 100 pigs mean? It allowed Wang Mang to obtain more than 40,000 evolution points. This was the reason why Wang Mang was able to evolve twice. Thinking about this, Wang Mang impatiently left the small pig farm. With the Black Panther following behind him, Wang Mang quickly returned to the cave. After returning to the cave, Wang Mang said to the Black Panther, "Black Panther, go guard the entrance." Hearing Wang Mang's words, the Black Panther eagerly ran to the entrance and vigilantly stood guard for Wang Mang. Seeing this, Wang Mang impatiently said in his heart, "System, begin the evolution." In the next moment, the system's voice resounded once again, "Ding," deducting 15,000 evolution points. Beginning evolution. 2 hours later. Only then did Wang Mang slowly wake up from his evolution. Wang Mang first checked the evolution points he needed to evolve again. After checking, Wang Mang discovered that he needed 30,000 evolution points for the next evolution. Coincidentally, Wang Mang still had 31,000 evolution points left. This was more than enough. Therefore, Wang Mang, who was in a good mood, once again said in his heart, "System, begin the evolution again." Chapter 22. The system's voice sounded again. Ding. Deducting 30,000 evolution points. Beginning evolution. Another 2 hours passed. At this moment, Wang Mang gradually woke up in the cave. At the same time, Wang Mang felt that his body had once again increased in size. His body had also reached an even more terrifying height. As for how much he had grown, he needed to see the system to know. However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtain skill. Exceptional poison fong. Exceptional poison fong. The poison is 200 times that of the king cobra's poison. The death rate of the bitten target is 99%. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. As expected, he obtained another skill. Although there were some overlaps, this skill was not something that poison could compare to. This exceptional poison fong's poison was too strong. It was 200 times that of the king cobra's poison. What kind of concept was this? This was practically the most poisonous snake on Earth. This also meant that Wang Mang already possessed the world's most poisonous snake's poison. Moreover, Wang Mang's body was destined to be an advantage that the poisonous snakes did not have. After all, Wang Mang's body was too big, so the amount of poison he could store was also very large. At that time, any creature that was bitten by him could only wait for death. Unless the bitten target was immune to Wang Mang's exceptional poison fang. Because of this, Wang Mang was so excited. His trump card, the poison fang's lethality, had once again increased by a large margin. However, at this moment, the system's voice sounded again in Wang Mang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 100 square meters of space. 100 square meters of space allows the host to have a portable 100 square meters of space. It can be used to store things, cannot store living things. After hearing the system's voice and explanation, Wang Mang was stupefied. He never thought that he would be able to obtain such an item. This was simply an invisible portable storage. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's excitement could be imagined. With this storage space, it would be much more convenient for him to carry things in the future. After all, Wang Mang wasn't a human now. It was indeed troublesome for a giant python to carry things. Moreover, with this toy, it would be much more convenient in the future. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Although he hadn't obtained any new skills from the two evolutions, he was still in a good mood. However, Wang Mang's gains were still very rich. First, the toxicity of his fangs had increased, and now he had even obtained such a space. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang happily said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Host Wang Mang. Type, Mutant Titan Python. Status, Adult status. Healthy. Size, 18 meters long, 1,300 kilograms in weight. Combat strength, bite force of 2,000 kilograms. Speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Skills, Death Coil, Exceptional Venomous Fang, Skin Camouflage. Enhanced Defense, Super Self-Healing. Special, Storage Space Evolution Points. 1750/60,000. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang nodded his head in satisfaction. His current size had actually reached 18 meters. What kind of concept was this? A floor was only 3 to 4 meters tall. Currently, Wang Mang's body was as long as a 5-story building. His body was even thicker than a person's waist. If Wang Mang wanted to swallow an adult, it would be too easy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the current him was a colossus. That was because Wang Mang's size and length could be considered a true giant python among pythons. With this kind of body, it could be said that Wang Mang could enter his own reservoir to take a look. However, after thinking for a while, Wang Mang finally decided to wait until his body length reached 20 meters before going to take a look. In other words, after the next evolution, Wang Mang decided to enter the Huanshan Reservoir to take a look. At the same time, Wang Mang also wanted to know what kind of giant monster was hidden in his strange reservoir. After taking a deep breath, Wang Mang moved his huge body and left the nest. The Black Panther, who was guarding the entrance of the nest, was dumbstruck when it saw its master grow bigger again. Especially when Wang Mang stood upright, the Black Panther was even more shocked when it saw Wang Mang. It could not understand how its master's body could grow so fast. How could it grow so big in the blink of an eye? Of course, even though the Black Panther was very confused, it did not express its opinion. After seeing its master come out, it circled around Wang Mang and wagged its tail. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was happy and said, "Let's go. Let's go for a walk." After saying that, Wang Mang moved his enormous snake body to the forest near the reservoir and started to wander around. To be honest, Wang Mang could not wait to enter the reservoir. However, to be on the safe side, Wang Mang decided to wait until the next evolution. The main reason was that Wang Mang wanted to see if he could obtain any skills during the next evolution. This was because Wang Mang did not have any skills that were powerful in the water. If something happened in the water, it would be very disadvantageous for Wang Mang. Even though he was not fully prepared, Wang Mang was still willing to make more preparations. While Wang Mang was wandering around the forest surrounding his family's reservoir, he discovered that there were even more people fishing at his family's reservoir. Not only that, but among these people, there were even teams that were in charge of broadcasting. This made Wang Mang very puzzled. He had not shown up in the past 2 months, so why did the popularity of his reservoir not increase but decrease? When Wang Mang quietly approached one of the fishing team streamers and heard their discussion, he was even more surprised. Babies, this Huanshan Reservoir is the place where a fishing enthusiast filmed a giant in the water a few days ago. It is said that the reservoir is 300 to 400 meters deep. It is very likely that a giant will appear in such a large reservoir. It is not impossible for an unknown giant to appear. Also, brothers in the broadcasting room, have you noticed that there have been many cases of animals hurting people recently? Some time ago, there was a victim in Dali who was bitten to death by a husky. There have also been cases of wild animals hurting people in the Xijiang River. Also, someone filmed an unknown giant in the water that looked like a dragon in the tide of the Qiantang River. Similar things have happened quite a lot recently, haven't they? We are going to check out this Huanshan Reservoir in the next few days to see if there is really an unknown giant. At this moment, the male fishing streamer was talking to the camera. Hearing this, Wang Mang, who was not far away in the forest, was a little surprised. Could it be that there had been a lot of animal attacks recently? Why was that? Could it be a member of the beast god's dimension? Wang Mang guessed that it was very likely to be related to the beast god's dimension. At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly saw layers of ripples on the surface of the reservoir in the distance. Following this, Wang Mang saw a scene that shocked him. He saw that in the middle of the reservoir, a 3-meter-long black fish suddenly jumped out of the water with a loud bang. But before this black fish could fall back into the water, another huge wave was created in the water. An even more terrifying giant black shadow jumped out of the water and created a huge wave. The next moment, the giant black shadow that jumped out of the water opened its bloody mouth. It swallowed the 3-meter-long giant black fish and then sank into the water. Chapter 23. After seeing this scene, Wang Mang was completely stunned. However, in fact, Wang Mang was not the only one who was stunned. At this moment, all the people fishing in the Huanshan Reservoir were stunned. What the F*CK? Is this a F* kingfish? It's too big. It's too big. It's definitely not a fish. A water monster. It's definitely a water monster. There's a water monster in the reservoir. F*CK. Are you sure it's possible to catch such a big thing? The previous fish was at least 3 meters long, and it was swallowed in one gulp. Isn't that a water monster? For a moment, the people who came to fish nearby were dumbfounded, and they all broke out into curses. Although the previous scene happened in a very short period of time, most of the people fishing had seen it. The terrifying big fish that jumped out of the water, the huge black shadow that appeared in a flash and swallowed the big fish in one gulp. They saw it with their own eyes. All of them saw it with their own eyes. They even thought that they had seen wrongly. However, one of them saw wrongly. Could it be that everyone present saw wrongly? That was obviously impossible. This undoubtedly proved that what they saw before was true. That terrifying scene from before was definitely real. That shocking scene was still vivid in their minds. A terrifyingly big fish jumped out of the water. Then it was swallowed by an even larger unknown black shadow that opened its bloody mouth in the lake. If the huge thing that jumped out of the water was indeed a fish, it was already shocking. However, the unknown black shadow that jumped out of the water again and swallowed the big fish, was it a fish or not? None of the fishing people present saw it clearly, so they were not sure. Because of that, they did not dare to jump to conclusions. However, they were indeed sure there was indeed an unknown giant in this huge reservoir that was surrounded by mountains. For example, they did not see clearly what kind of fish the 3-meter-long big fish was before. However, such a terrifying big fish was swallowed by the unknown giant in one gulp. Then, the unknown giant that swallowed the terrifying big fish was probably even more terrifying in size. Otherwise, how could it swallow a 3-meter-long big fish in one gulp? Thinking of this, all the fishermen present were extremely shocked. At the same time, the host who was explaining earlier also widened his eyes in shock. Although the previous scene was only a fleeting glimpse, he also happened to inadvertently see it. Isn't it 2F* king big? Are you sure you can catch such a huge, unknown monster? Moreover, was the terrifying black shadow that swallowed the big fish really a fish? However, he felt that the giant shadow that appeared for a brief moment was not like a fish, but more like a water monster. Thinking of this, the streamer sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly explained what he had seen earlier to the audience in the live broadcast room. This also caused the audience in his live streaming room to burst into an uproar as they continued to discuss. At the same time, many people who came to Huanshan Reservoir to fish also gathered together to discuss. Similarly, Wang Mang's heart sank when he saw the huge shadow in the water. The giant shadow that had appeared for a brief moment had not been completely exposed to the water. It had only leaped out of the water with its bloody mouth and swallowed the 3-meter-long big fish in one gulp. Based on this alone, the size of this giant monster was probably not much different from the current Wang Mang. After all, the current Wang Mang, who had evolved, could also swallow a 3-meter-long big fish in one gulp. However, the previous black shadow was definitely very large in size, perhaps even larger than him. After all, Wang Mang's size could only be considered large. Good fellow, it won't be long before I find out what you are. Wang Mang arched his 3-meter-long snake head and body, his snake eyes staring coldly at the surface of the reservoir. Of course, Wang Mang could not be sure that this guy was the one who killed him. After all, let alone the unknown black shadow. Just the 3-meter-long big fish alone was enough to easily pull him into the reservoir. In other words, his reservoir was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Not only that, if Wang Mang's guess was correct, after this incident spread out, in the future, there would be more people fishing in his reservoir. After all, the previous scene was witnessed by many people. Similarly, this also confirmed his guess. This Huanshan Reservoir did indeed have the existence of an unknown giant monster. However, this kind of unknown giant monster was not something that could be fished up by humans, because this kind of giant monster was not something that these fishermen could provoke. Thinking of this, Wang Mang looked at the vast reservoir in front of him and was eager to try. If he swallowed such a big guy, how many evolution points would it give him? Just thinking about it made Wang Mang excited and expectant. Judging from the 3-meter-long big fish from before, the aquatic resources and fishes in his reservoir were really abundant. At least from these fish, his reservoir was far more complicated than it looked on the surface. Moreover, for this world. To be honest, Wang Mang was getting more and more confused. at least when Wang Mang was alive. He had never heard of the existence of the beast god space. He had always thought that the so-called water monsters were just rumors spread by word of mouth in many places. But now, it seemed that this world was not as simple as it looked on the surface. Wang Mang secretly shook his head and wandered around 2 more times. After confirming that there were no new discoveries, Wang Mang moved his huge snake body back. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. On the 3rd day, as expected, his father sent over even more pigs. Moreover, this time, the pigs sent were no less than 200 pigs out of the pen. These 200 pigs made Wang Mang completely excited. That night, Wang Mang checked on his small pig farm again. This was because for the entire night, the 200 pigs had been slaughtered and swallowed by Wang Mang. The entire small pig farm could be said to be a bloody mess. All of the pigs had been killed by Wang Mang. This time, the 200 pigs had provided Wang Mang close to 90,000 evolution points. As for how many evolution points it had provided, Wang Mang was not clear. However, Wang Mang knew that the evolution points he had obtained were enough for him to evolve this time. Thus, after swallowing the 200 pigs, Wang Mang left the small pig farm and directly returned to his cave. After returning to the cave, Wang Mang impatiently said, "System, begin the evolution." Following his words, the system's voice echoed, "Ding." Successfully deducted 60,000 evolution points. Beginning evolution. Chapter 24. 2 hours later. The sky outside the cave had just begun to brighten. Wang Mang had also awakened from his evolution. At the same time, Wang Mang felt that his strength had become even more terrifying. His body had become even thicker. His body length had also increased. Wang Mang's current size was already comparable to an adult's waist and a half. His body length had also increased by a large amount. Wang Mang also wanted to know how much he had managed to snatch. Thus, Wang Mang was incomparably excited and expectant as he said, "System, open my personal information." Right after he said that, his personal information appeared in Wang Mang's mind. Host, Wang Mang type, mutated Titan Python status, adult status, healthy body, 20 meters long, 1,900 kilograms weight fighting strength, 3,000 kilograms bite force, 80 kilometers per hour skills, death coil, exceptional poisonous fangs, skin camouflage, defense strengthening, super healing special, storage space evolution points. 13500/120000. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang's entire body swelled up. He even had the urge to face the sky and laugh out loud. His body had finally broken through 20 meters. What kind of concept was 20 meters? It was as tall as a 6-story building. Additionally, his body was so thick that it was comparable to 2 adults hugging each other. Or it could be said that it was comparable to the tires of a truck. Currently, Wang Mang's body was comparable to the giant pythons in the movies. His weight was close to 2 tons. What kind of concept was this? His weight had already reached the weight of an adult elephant on land. Apart from this, Wang Mang had also discovered that ever since he had broken through 20 meters, his body had increased greatly. His weight would increase tremendously, and even his speed would increase. His bite force had reached an exaggerated level of 3 tons. The current Wang Mang, regardless of whether it was his body size or other aspects, Wang Mang was fully deserving of the title of apex predator. He stood at the top of the food chain on land. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill. Underwater breathing. Underwater breathing allows the host to breathe underwater like a fish. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang couldn't help but be elated. Whatever he needed, he would get it. One had to know that snakes were reptiles, and they used their lungs to breathe. Therefore, they were basically not allowed to breathe underwater. This was because fish breathed with gills, which was different from snakes. Snakes, like other terrestrial animals, breathed through their lungs. However, some snakes could hold their breath for a long time in the water, which was completely incomparable to humans. Therefore, it was basically impossible for snakes to dominate the water because they could not breathe underwater for a long time. For example, the anaconda was also a snake, but it couldn't breathe in water either. It could only stay in the water for a long time. Because snakes are cold-blooded animals, they do not need to generate heat through the occasional use of oxygen to maintain their body temperature, so they require very little oxygen. Secondly, water snakes have many segments of air sacs in their bodies. Water snakes can't breathe underwater, but they can stay in the water for a long time. However, they still need to go to the surface to breathe. But now, after Wang Mang obtained the special skill of underwater breathing, Wang Mang didn't need to worry about breathing at all. There was probably no difference between being in the water and being on land. By then, let alone staying in the water for a long time, he could even stay in the water for a long time. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was really elated. With this skill, even if he fought underwater, his combat power wouldn't be reduced. Actually, there were advantages and disadvantages to being in the water for pythons. The advantage was that the speed of swimming increased. The disadvantage was naturally the limitation of breathing underwater. Although cold-blooded animals didn't have high requirements for oxygen, they still needed to come out of the water to breathe. But now that Wang Mang obtained this skill, once he used it, he didn't need to breathe underwater anymore. By then, when he fought underwater, he wouldn't have to worry about being drowned for too long. Yes, snakes can also be drowned, even if it's a water snake. Because water snakes aren't aquatic creatures, they rely on their lungs to breathe and don't have gills. After moving his body a little, Wang Mang moved his huge body and left his huge body again. He was ready to wander around the reservoir again, and then go into the reservoir. But what Wang Mang didn't know was that in his own small farm, the employees in charge of the small farm had just come to work. When they saw the silent small farm, they were all stunned. The situation this time was the same as the previous few times. Every time, the pigs that weren't transported for long would disappear after the next day. Not only that, all the pig pens were left with bloody and messy scenes. The entire small pig farm was filled with the thick smell of blood. Seeing this scene, the few employees in charge of the farm looked at each other and gasped. In fact, they had already guessed in their hearts. This farm was a little strange. The boss had also become very strange. Every time, he would send pigs to this small farm. But the result? The pigs would disappear the next day. In the previous few times, there would be a few pigs left. But now, not a single one was left. In one night, 200 adult pigs disappeared without a trace. What was left was the entire small farm. Every pig pen was full of blood. Although they had experienced this several times when they encountered this situation again, they still couldn't help but shudder. They really couldn't understand why the pigs would disappear the next day. Where did these pigs go? What was the concept of 200 pigs? Even if they were feeding wild beasts, it would take a long time to eat. What the hell was this? What could eat 200 pigs in one night? Thinking of this, their hearts were even more curious. At the same time, a creepy feeling of fear surged in their hearts. You guys, what the hell is going on? It's okay if it happens once or twice, but every time it happens, I feel creepy just thinking about it. At this time, one of the women couldn't help but tremble and say in fear. Chapter 25. Hearing that, the rest of the employees looked at each other and fell into silence. Finally, a middle-aged man broke the silence. He shrugged and said, What else can we do? Clean up and report back. After cleaning, we can get off work. Those who want to play cards, go back to accompany your family. They won't pay us less anyway. It's so easy. Besides, although this place is a little strange, it's easy and the pay is high. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Don't care about what you shouldn't care about. Keep your curiosity in check. After that, the middle-aged man went to get a water gun and started cleaning the small farm. Seeing that, the other women and middle-aged men thought for a while and started working. Yes, although this place was very strange, the pay was high and it was easy. At the end of the day, it was very easy. It was much easier than the large farm next door. Every 2 or 3 days, there would be a holiday here. Every time the pigs disappeared, there would be a 2-day holiday. However, the doubts and curiosity in their hearts were getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, Wang Mang was wandering around the forest next to the reservoir again. In fact, Wang Mang was having a headache. It was difficult for him to go into the water now. That was because there were more and more people fishing in his reservoir these days. To be honest, Wang Mang was wondering if he should ask his father to ban fishing. However, after thinking about it, Wang Mang still refused. If fishing was banned, it would make people feel that there was something strange about the reservoir. In addition, the giant shadow that appeared in the reservoir a few days ago had probably spread. The news that there was a water monster in his reservoir must have spread. Therefore, those who were fishing or curious could not be stopped at all. In fact, that was indeed the case. At this moment, at the foot of the reservoir, in a villa next to the mountain road, Elder Yang, who was in charge of looking after the reservoir, sat in the courtyard expressionlessly. In front of him stood 17 or 18 angered fishermen. Among them, there were middle-aged men, young men, and women. There was even a female streamer. At this moment, all of them, without exception, were full of anger. That was because the old man in charge of looking after the reservoir was too infuriating. Ever since he heard about the water monster in the reservoir, the old man told the news to Wang Mang's father. With the benefit of Wang Mang's father, Elder Yang immediately started to raise the price. Originally, the fishing fee was 500 yuan a day. Things were different now, $1,000 a day. Furthermore, only one person was allowed to play. All of you have to leave before 6 p.m. Old man, you're too evil. The last time I was here, I only charged 500 yuan a day. Now, you're charging 1,000 yuan a day, and it's still one per person. Xiao Su's pretty face was filled with anger. She was the streamer who had been scared to death by Wang Mang not long ago. However, ever since the video was released, she had also received a lot of attention, and her number of fans had increased by a lot. That was why she came to the Huanshan Reservoir to fish again. In addition, the news of the water monster appearing in the Huanshan Reservoir had spread. The popularity of the Huanshan Reservoir could be said to have caused a lot of heated discussion. It had even spread on the internet. Hearing that, Elder Yang, who had a pipe in his mouth, glanced at the beautiful streamer and said lazily, "Sorry, it's up to you whether you want to fish or not. Also, those who aren't fishing are not allowed to go to the reservoir. My son and grandson will be there regularly to chase people away. Oh, if you're not fishing, just watching the show, 300 yuan a day." Hearing Elder Yang's words, the faces of the fishermen present turned green with anger. A few of the young men could not help but gnash their teeth and curse loudly. "Old man, you're too evil. Not only are you raising the price, you're also charging money just to watch the show. You've fallen into the trap of money, haven't you? F***CKU. Do you have to be so evil?" Hearing that, Elder Yang curled his lips and sneered. "I didn't ask you to fish. If you're not fishing, then get lost." There are a lot of people here anyway. You're nothing." After saying that, Elder Yang lay on the old man's chair, ignoring the angry crowd. Seeing that the crowd was extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do, they could only sullenly pay the money. Then, they all received the fishing vouchers given to them by Elder Yang's sons. After leaving the place, the beautiful Xiao Su said, angrily, "Did you see that? That old man is too evil. He's too arrogant." As soon as he saw that his reservoir was popular, he immediately raised the price. "If I didn't want to come and see if I had a chance to see the water monster, I wouldn't have put up with that." Speaking of that, the beautiful streamer Xiao Su was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The last time she came to the reservoir, she was scared to the point of peeing by Wang Mang. However, she gained a lot of popularity and fans. Although she was a little annoyed, she was still in a good mood. However, she was really angry at that old man. However, when they arrived at the reservoir, they found that there were more than just a lot of people fishing in the reservoir. Today, there were already more than 300 people fishing in the reservoir. No wonder the old man in charge of guarding the reservoir was so arrogant. Obviously, they were not the first to have their prices raised. When they saw so many people, the anger in the hearts of those who were originally angry subsided a lot. At this time, the beautiful streamer Xiao Su even held up her phone and started filming. Babies in the live broadcast room, "Look, there are so many people fishing in the reservoir today. 1,000 yuan per person, not including those who are not fishing. The income of the reservoir today alone has already reached 300,000 yuan. When she said that, the streamer Xiao Su was also very surprised. When she came here 2 months ago, there were not many people. It could even be said that there were only a few people, and only a dozen or so people came to fish. But now, there were more than 300 people scattered around the reservoir. There were too many people fishing. Moreover, they also saw that some people even ordered takeout. Where did takeout come from in the mountains of the countryside? Out of curiosity, she walked to the side of a fisherman who was eating and asked, "Brother, do you bring your own food when you go fishing?" Or, hearing that, the fisherman looked up. When he saw the beautiful Xiao Su holding up her phone, he immediately knew that she was the streamer. Seeing that, the fisherman could not help but shake his head and complain, "When did I bring food? If you want to eat, you can call this old man." It's the old man in charge of guarding the reservoir. They are also in charge of delivering food. 1 set of rice with 2 vegetarian dishes and a bottle of water, 50 yuan. 1 set of rice with 2 vegetarian dishes, 2 meat, and a bottle of water, 100 yuan. If you want to buy water, do you see that young man over there? Buy a bottle of water from him for 15 yuan. That's the youngest son of the old man in charge of the reservoir. Oh, he also has instant noodles, but it's a little expensive. A bowl of instant noodles costs 25 yuan. Chapter 26. Xiao Su was shocked when she heard that. That's too greedy. 25 yuan for a bowl of instant noodles? The fisherman shrugged and said, "That's an exclusive business. No one is allowed to sell anything here. He's the son of the old man who looks after the reservoir. Only his family is allowed to sell." The viewers in Xiao Su's live streaming room were in an uproar when they heard that. Burned by love. Damn, that's too greedy. That old man is already bad enough. Their family is even worse. Little fish loves fishing. I've never seen such a shameless person. Fisherman from Huanshan Reservoir. That old man is just so arrogant. His boss has been in charge of this reservoir for decades. CPDD, you're the one. Amazing. That's hundreds of thousands in a day. The boss of this reservoir is going to make a killing. Fishing King, this money-making speed is better than being a streamer. More importantly, this is the real deal. Love Thief, I've thought of a way to make a fortune. Do you have any partners? King, let's also take over the reservoir and think of a way to get a water monster. Alps, are you my brother, Albert? You can even get a water monster. Why aren't you amazing? Sea fishing enthusiast, do you know how big the water monster in this reservoir is? A 3-meter-long fish can swallow it in one gulp. Think about how big the water monster is. So cool. Why do I feel that the streamer is here to look for the python? Python, run quickly. Don't get caught by the streamer. Driving depends on waves. The person above is right. Python, run quickly. Otherwise, this lady will make you go into the Black Forest. You'll suffocate to death. Eat under me. I suspect that the two above are driving. I have evidence. Nikowa steel plate. I'm guessing that this lady wants to release the python into the Black Forest and let it go wherever it wants before sealing it with cement. Young people don't care about martial arts. If what the person above said is true, this lady doesn't care about martial arts at all. Cement sealing is really ruthless. Seeing the comments in the live streaming room, the beautiful streamer Xiao Su couldn't help but blush. She felt that she shouldn't have come to the Huanshan Reservoir. Look at these people in the live streaming room. What are they talking about? However, Xiao Su still had lingering fears when she mentioned the python from last time. She didn't want to see it again. She just wanted to try her luck and see if she could see it again. Therefore, she led the live stream team to look for a fishing spot. At the same time, at this moment, Wang Mang was also looking for a way to enter the reservoir. This was because these fishermen were scattered all over the reservoir. Wang Mang had to find a place where he wouldn't be discovered before entering the reservoir. Therefore, after going around in circles, Wang Mang was already very far away from his territory. At this moment in a forest, as soon as Wang Mang entered this unfamiliar forest, he saw a scene that shocked him. It was a black bear. He was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a very large wolf. Following the sound of Wang Mang's movements, the bear and wolf both stopped. They all looked sideways at where Wang Mang was, but when they saw the giant Wang Mang, they couldn't help but stare in shock. Among them, the big gray wolf even said in human language, F***CK. After saying that, the big gray wolf turned around and ran away. Besides, when the big bear saw Wang Mang, it exclaimed, "It's you again, you big python." After hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment and felt that this bear was somewhat familiar. Soon, Wang Mang recognized this bear. Wasn't this the black bear he had met and killed a while ago? Someone from the beast god space appeared again, and he met it again. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel very surprised. After that, Wang Mang saw the black bear run away without a word the moment it saw him. Seeing this, Wang Mang hurriedly said, "Wait." After hearing Wang Mang's voice, the big bear was shocked. It turned around and looked at Wang Mang, stunned, and said in shock, "You can talk?" Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and said indifferently, "Don't run, I won't kill you this time." Hearing this, the big bear hesitated for a moment, but still kept a vigilant distance and stared at Wang Mang. Obviously, this big bear still had a lingering fear of Wang Mang. After all, he was killed by Wang Mang not long ago. Moreover, his team leader, the Bengal tiger, and his teammate, the gorilla, were all killed by Wang Mang. Not only that, Wang Mang could easily kill them. It couldn't be any easier. Therefore, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the big black bear was afraid of Wang Mang. Not only that, what made this big bear even more terrified was that Wang Mang's body size had increased again. Moreover, Wang Mang's body size wasn't just a little bit bigger. The last time it saw Wang Mang was only 14 meters tall, right? How many days had it been? Not even half a month, right? Wang Mang went from 14 meters to 20 meters. This was 2F** King scary. Did he eat hormones? Therefore, now that it saw Wang Mang, this big bear didn't even have the thought of resisting. Therefore, its first reaction was naturally to run away. Last time, because of Wang Mang, their team mission failed. It didn't want to fail again because of Wang Mang. If Wang Mang hadn't said that he wouldn't kill it, it would have run away like the big bad wolf. However, this big bear was puzzled. Why did Wang Mang ask it to do this? Was he really not going to kill it? Wang Mang saw the big bear's puzzlement and said slowly, Wang Tung's team dared to trick me last time. They didn't give me the benefits they promised. Of course, I won't let them off easily. If you come across their group, kill them all for me. Zhang Yang shouted, of course, as a reward, if your team meets me again, as long as the mission isn't too difficult, I can help you. Chapter 27. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the big bear immediately understood. No wonder this terrifying giant serpent didn't kill him. It turned out that he had a use for them. Moreover, after understanding the general situation, the big bear was gloating in his heart. Serves you right. Last time you killed our entire team, but you didn't get any benefits in the end, right? However, the big bear was very tempted by the benefits Wang Mang offered, because others didn't know how ferocious Wang Mang, this giant serpent, was, but their hunting team had a deep understanding of it after the mission failed. He learned from his team leader that his team leader didn't last more than a few minutes before dying. This was not long ago, but what about Wang Mang now? His body had become even more terrifying and powerful. His combat power had probably become even more terrifying. To be honest, in the big bear's opinion, Wang Mang was such a behemoth. He definitely stood at the top of the pyramid among terrestrial creatures. Obviously, this big bear didn't know that there were any animals on land that could compete with Wang Mang. Therefore, in the face of Wang Mang's tempting conditions, the big bear was very tempted and said, okay, I promise you, but you have to help us complete this mission. At that time, when we meet another hunting team again, we will definitely help you eliminate them, as long as you can help us get enough points. We can even buy mission tracking scrolls and directly chase them to their mission. After hearing this, Wang Mang's snake eyes lit up. He originally only intended to give it a try and didn't plan to take revenge on Wang Tung's team in a short time. But now it seemed that there were more missions in this beast god space than he imagined. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly opened his bloody mouth and said, okay, what's your mission this time? How can I help you? Hearing this, the big bear quickly smiled and said, our mission this time is 2 King's Escape Team mission. There are 2 top teams among them, namely Little Wang's team and Big King's team. These 2 teams will be responsible for hunting down all the other teams. The rules of the game are that there are no rules. The duration of the mission is 5 days. The mission will end after 5 days, but you can exceed the scope of the mission. There are a total of 10 teams participating in this mission. Big King's team and Little King's team are not allowed to attack each other. There are no other rules. They can hunt other teams, and other teams can hunt them. They can also hunt each other. After hearing Big Bear's words, Wang Mang immediately understood and opened his mouth. There are a total of 10 teams, right? 2 of the teams were very strong. They were Big King's team and Little King's team. They can't hunt each other, but they can work together to hunt you. You 8 teams can hunt each other. There are no mission restrictions. Hearing Wang Mang's words, Big Bear quickly nodded and said, that's right. This is our mission. As long as we can survive for 5 days without being killed, we will have successfully completed the mission. Wang Mang nodded and said, okay, I can help you complete the mission, but don't forget what you promised me. Hearing this, Big Bear immediately promised, don't worry. Our hunting team's reputation is very good. We can even tell you our identities in real life, including our home address. You don't have to worry about this. after hearing Big Bear's promise. Wang Mang nodded and said, "Where are you going?" "With me around. Your mission this time should be very easy." Hearing Wang Mang's confident words, Big Bear couldn't help but secretly nod. That was the truth. Even Big King and Little Wang's teams didn't have the slightest advantage over Wang Mang in terms of size. That was why he said that with Wang Mang's size, there was basically no match for him on land. Thinking of this, Big Bear's mood was extremely good. Even the haze of being hunted down by Wang Mang was swept away. Therefore, if they had Wang Mang's help in this mission, their team's harvest would be incomparably huge. Compared to the team battle mission with Wang Tung's team, their harvest would be several times more. Last time, because of Wang Mang's interference, they had suffered heavy losses. They didn't get any benefits, and their strength was also greatly damaged. Fortunately, if they really had Wang Mang's help this time, then their team's harvest would definitely be terrifying. It wouldn't even be too much for their team to surpass 3 grades. The so-called 3 grades were a division of strength. Now, this Big Bear could at most be considered a 2nd grade creature. Big Bear even guessed that Wang Mang's strength was at least equal to a 5th grade creature in the past, or even stronger. As for what level he had reached now, it didn't know. Perhaps he had already reached the level of a 6th grade creature. 6th grade creatures, what kind of concept were they? It was very difficult for creatures on land to reach 6th grade. Only sea creatures could easily reach 6th grade. Similarly, 6th grade creatures were also very terrifying. They had already completely broken the genetic limit of creatures. Their strength had reached another terrifying level. Moreover, the division of strength here was different. Let's use an example. A wild lion that had grown to its peak. At most, it would have the strength of a 2nd grade creature, but with the help of the beast god space. A lion that hadn't even reached adulthood could reach the strength of a 2nd grade creature. Let's use another example. An adult elephant, at its peak, had the strength of a 3rd grade creature, but with the help of the beast god space. This adult elephant's strength could reach the level of a 4th grade creature, or even a 5th grade creature. All, in the beast god space, the grades of animals were divided according to their strength. Therefore, Big Bear's guess was completely wrong. Wang Mang's combat power wasn't something he could calculate. Even Wang Mang himself didn't know what level his strength had reached now. However, Wang Mang was confident that on land, he was already a top predator, at the top of the food chain. At this moment, Wang Mang saw the Big Bear, who was leading the way in the forest, suddenly charging towards a goat. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was a little surprised. Then, he saw the goat trying to run away, when it saw the Big Bear pouncing towards it. Unfortunately, the big black bear was extremely fast. It easily caught up and savagely bit the big goat. At the same time, the goat couldn't help but let out a weak female voice in fear. "Don't kill me! I beg you! I don't have any points. Please don't kill me." But in the face of the goat's pleading, Big Bear was unmoved. He still savagely bit the goat to death and said coldly, "Since you don't have any points, then you can die." Chapter 28. Wang Mang waited until the bear had bitten the goat to death before moving his body and swallowing the goat into his stomach. At the same time, the system's voice resounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the mutated goat. Obtain 500 evolution points. After hearing the voice, Wang Mang was not surprised. The corpse of a member of the beast god space could provide him with more evolution points. Compared to the evolution points provided by wild goats, it was a lot more. At the same time, Wang Mang finally understood why the black bear suddenly went berserk and killed the goat. This goat was also a member of the beast god space, but he was curious as to how it could differentiate between them. Thinking about this, Wang Mang directly asked. After hearing this, The black bear proudly said, "After I failed the mission last time, I bought microscopy and psychology. Ever since I got these things, I found out that it was very easy to differentiate between them. This was what our captain told us. Moreover, these useless skills are very cheap and very practical. Many people would not buy these useless skills, but our captain told us to buy them so that we could differentiate between the people of the beast god space and the wild animals." After hearing this, Wang Mang was speechless. It seems that the Bengal tiger that Wang Mang killed last time was very smart. However, when he met Wang Mang last time, the difference in strength between them was too big, so these skills were not useful. At this time, a voice suddenly resounded, "Old Black." After hearing the voice, the black bear immediately looked over and saw a big tree. A gorilla more than 2 meters tall was sitting on a tree more than 20 meters high. "Brother, come down quickly. For this mission, I found a super helper for our team." After seeing the gorilla, the black bear immediately called out to him. After seeing that it was his team's big black bear, the gorilla finally came down. Actually, this gorilla was not unfamiliar to Wang Mang. It was the same gorilla that he had killed last time. Obviously, after recognizing Wang Mang's identity, this gorilla also had a lingering fear of being killed by Wang Mang last time. Now, after seeing this even more terrifying and ferocious giant python in front of him, he became even more cautious and vigilant. After the big bear's explanation, the gorilla also learned about Wang Mang's identity and was even more surprised. After learning that the giant serpent was willing to help them, the gorilla was even more excited. "Brother Giant Serpent, don't worry. After this mission, we will help you hunt down Wang Tung's team. Elizabeth Liu, that damned teddy dog, actually dared to deceive our brother Giant Python. She's simply courting death." Looking at the gorilla's fawning expression, Wang Mang felt a lot better. "Don't worry about it. As long as you help me, I'll help you the next time you meet me." Of course, the reason why Wang Mang agreed to help them was because he needed their help. At the same time, it was also because these members of the beast god space obtained a considerable amount of evolution points from devouring them, surpassing that of ordinary beasts. Moreover, due to Wang Mang's help, the big bear and gorilla were no longer hiding. Right now, they were swaggering through the forest. Clearly, Wang Mang's promise to help them had given them a sense of security. At the same time, their confidence in completing this mission had also exploded. After all, looking at the 10 teams participating in this mission, they could not think of any team that could threaten Wang Mang. Perhaps there were many teams that could threaten them, but could they threaten Wang Mang? Was this an international joke? A giant serpent that was 20 meters long and thicker than 2 people's waists. How could these teams threaten Wang Mang? Moreover, they had experienced firsthand how terrifying Wang Mang was. Therefore, with Wang Mang's help, they could do whatever they wanted. At least in this mission, they could do whatever they wanted. Since that was the case, why should they hide? Although it was a bit suspicious of them using the power of others to intimidate others. But was that important? Being able to complete the mission was an ability. Not convinced. If you're not convinced, you can go and get help. At this moment, the big bear and gorilla, who were immensely pleased with themselves, had such thoughts. This was also why this mission had been going on for so long. It was the first time they felt so elated. It could be said that this was one of the few times they felt that the mission was very easy. However, just as the big bear and gorilla were leading Wang Mang to sweep through the forest and kill the other team members, suddenly an angry tiger roar came from the forest in the distance. When they heard the sound, the gorilla and the big bear turned pale with fright and said, "Not good. That's the captain's voice." After saying that, they hurriedly turned to look at Wang Mang and said, "Brother Giant Python, let's go and take a look." Obviously, the gorilla and the big bear were very worried about their captain's safety. After all, the strongest teams in this mission were the two teams, Big King and Little King. To put it bluntly, the other 8 teams were just hunting targets for these 2 teams. In that case, even their captain, the Bengal tiger, was in danger. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded. The huge snake had followed behind them and rushed towards the place where the voice came from. 10 minutes later, under the lead of the gorilla and the big bear, Wang Mang and the others had already rushed to a forest. They saw that, in the open space not far away, there were 3 very strong and huge African lions. These 3 lions all had well-developed limbs and strong physiques. One of the lions was biting the Bengal tiger that was covered in wounds. The other 2 African lions stood not far away, guarding against the Bengal tiger's escape at any time. Furthermore, these 3 huge lions were exceptionally arrogant and insufferably arrogant. They did not choose to kill the Bengal tiger immediately. On the contrary, they seemed to be deliberately humiliating and toying with the Bengal tiger. Otherwise, if they swarmed forward, they could bite this Bengal tiger to death at any time. Furthermore, Wang Mang also felt that this Bengal tiger, which was riddled with scars, was extremely familiar. Obviously, it was the Bengal tiger that Wang Mang had killed not long ago. Chapter 29. Meng Fei, aren't you very powerful? Come, roar twice for me to hear. Ha ha, just him alone. A Bengal tiger? If he were a Siberian tiger, I would still be afraid of him. That's it? That's it. A tiger? Why do I feel like a sick cat? At this moment, the 3 strong African lions started mocking him. Obviously, they did not take this Bengal tiger seriously at all. If it was a one-on-one battle, this Bengal tiger might be able to fight one of them. The problem was that the 3 of them were working together. This Bengal tiger naturally could not cause any trouble. It could be said that the other 8 teams participating in this mission were not much of a threat to them. It was precisely because of this that they could sit back and enjoy the pleasure of torturing and killing this Bengal tiger. Meng Fei, especially when they saw this Bengal tiger covered in wounds and wanting to struggle but unable to do so, they enjoyed it very much. If they were alone, they might not be able to take down this Bengal tiger. However, they would not admit to such a thing, nor would they think that this Bengal tiger could defeat them alone. After all, their main bodies were African lions. They were the overlords of the grassland. They were the kings of beasts. Furthermore, tigers had stronger Siberian tigers. However, they also had stronger lions, such as the horned lion. However, they did not have enough points to exchange for the bloodline of the horned lion. The horned lion was also known as the Cape lion. Its body length limit could reach 4 to 5 meters. In the 19th century, wild Cape lions had already become extinct. There was also the Barbary lion. It was also stronger than the African lion. The Barbary lion was used as a fighting beast in the era of the ancient Roman Empire to satisfy the killing and fighting of the ancient Romans. Then, it was hunted by humans in large numbers and became extinct in the 20th century. Of course, in terms of the strongest lion species, it had to be the brutal lion. The brutal lion was the largest feline in the history of the world. They mainly lived in the North American continent during the Ice Age. It was said that their body length could reach 4 to 6 meters, but they had already become extinct. Therefore, if there was really a ranking for lions, they would definitely be ranked. The number 1 lion species was the brutal lion. The first was the brutal lion. Second place was the horned lion. Third place, Barbary lion. In 4th place was the African lion. 5th place, Cameroon lion. There were even more subspecies of tigers. One of them was the famous saber-toothed tiger and the most exaggerated Siberian tiger. All in all, tigers were also very exaggerated. More importantly, today's largest tiger was the Siberian tiger. Due to the country's good protection measures, it hasn't gone extinct yet. Therefore, the Amur tiger's status was also very high. It was hard to say whether it was stronger or weaker than the saber-toothed tiger. That was because in terms of strength, size, and combat strength, the saber-toothed tiger was a top predator living in the Ice Age, in the same era as the brutal lion. However, in terms of size, it was hard to say that the saber-toothed tiger was bigger than the Amur tiger. After all, the saber-toothed tiger had lived for too long and could no longer be verified. However, the size of the Amur tiger was the largest cat on the surface today. This was also the reason why a lion bragging and a tiger bragging never gave in to the other. Although Wang Mang was more optimistic about tigers, lions had their strengths, and tigers had their advantages. However, in terms of survival ability, tigers were generally higher than lions. Why? Tigers were solitary animals. There was always a famous saying, "A mountain could not accommodate two tigers, unless one was male and one was female." However, lions were born mighty, especially the lion's mane. It looked mighty. It was really difficult for a tiger to bite off a lion's trachea. The fur on a lion's neck was very thick. It could be said that the fur on a lion's neck was a natural protection. In addition, it was worth mentioning that the largest lion was a male lion. However, tigresses were generally larger. In terms of size, a male tiger could not compare to a female tiger. Back to the topic. When Wang Mang and the others saw this scene, the gorilla and the bear were furious. Captain, what's the point of bullying with numbers?" At this moment, the bear and gorilla roared and shouted angrily. After hearing the commotion, the Bengal tiger was shocked and quickly shouted, "Leave quickly!" He did not even look back because he knew that his team could not defeat the 3 African lions in front of him. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. The African lion that had surrounded him earlier had retreated. At the same time, the other 2 African lions had gathered together. Meng Fei looked up and realized that 2 members of his team had come over. More importantly, Meng Fei saw that his team was actually carrying a behemoth. This was a real monster. This giant python was too big. Its body was as black as ink, as thick as 2 people's waists, and its body length reached an exaggerated 20 meters. To be honest, after seeing this giant python, Meng Fei felt his scalp go numb. Its body was too big. This size was even more abnormally huge than the Wang Mang they had sprayed out a few days ago. However, Meng Fei soon found this person familiar. After careful observation, Wang Mang was flabbergasted when he discovered something. This was more than familiar. This was simply the Wang Mang they met a few days ago. However, even if this giant python was a Titan python, wasn't his appearance a little too exaggerated? It had been less than half a month. Its length was once 14 meters, but now it had reached 20 meters. Did it eat hormones? Or did it eat the gene medicine in the movie? Otherwise, with Wang Mang's body size, how could it reach such a huge extent? Obviously, Meng Fei was puzzled by Wang Mang's growth in such a short time. Meng Fei, who felt his scalp go numb, did not expect that his team members would bring this guy here. What did the 2 members of his team want to do? Could it be that they did not die enough last time and wanted to do it again? However, Meng Fei was indeed a genius with high EQ and intelligence. He quickly analyzed the situation. The Wang Mang in front of him was very likely to be a friend and not an enemy, since this giant serpent didn't attack his 2 teammates and even stood together with them. He didn't dare to do anything to them. Then there is only one possibility. That is, this giant python should have reached some unknown agreement with his 2 team members. Thinking of this, Meng Fei suddenly retreated without hesitation. After the Bengal tiger came to the side of Wang Mang and his teammates, it started to lick the bloody wounds on its body while panting. At this moment, his appearance was too miserable in Wang Mang's eyes. Chapter 30. Captain, are you all right? Captain, your injuries are too serious. Gorilla and Black Bear hurriedly asked, worriedly, when they saw their captain's scarred appearance. The Bengal tiger, Meng Fei, shook his head. I'm fine. You guys be careful. They are from Lil Wang's team. Hearing that, Wang Mang asked with interest, oh, Lil Wang's team is already so powerful. What would Wang's team be like? At this moment, the 3 African lions in the distance, after hearing Wang Mang speak, stared at the supergiant python in front of them with their mouths agape. While they were shocked, they were also guessing Wang Mang's identity. Could it be that he was also from the beast god space? However, following the warning from the beast god space in their minds, they knew that Wang Mang was not from the beast god space. But if Wang Mang was not from the beast god space, then what the hell was this giant python? Could it be a snake spirit? Thinking of this, the 3 African lions could not help but gasp. To be honest, they had never seen a spirit before. Therefore, today was their first time seeing one. After all, Wang Mang, who could speak the human language, was not a snake spirit. Otherwise, how could he speak the human language? Because of this, they were a little worried, because they did not know what kind of abilities a snake spirit had. After all, demons and ghosts had always been the folklore of Huaxia. However, the beast god space also told them that demons were real. Therefore, now that they had encountered a strange existence like Wang Mang, they were naturally a little panicked. Moreover, even if Wang Mang wasn't a snake-type demon, he was still a demon. However, Wang Mang's huge body made them panic. With a body length of 20 meters, the snake head was 4 to 5 meters tall when it stood up. How could they not be afraid? However, seeing that Wang Mang was able to communicate with them, they all decided to communicate with him. One of the lions asked carefully, "Brother Snake, this is our personal grudge. It's not appropriate for you to interfere, right?" Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment, but he didn't care about them at all. He said indifferently, "If I want to interfere, I will interfere. What can you do about it?" Hearing Wang Mang's words, the 3 African lions were speechless, but they were also angered by Wang Mang. He was too arrogant. Just by listening to Wang Mang's tone, it was obvious that he didn't put them in his eyes at all. For a moment, the 3 lions were very angry, but they did not dare to act rashly. This was because none of them knew what level Wang Mang's strength had reached. Secondly, Wang Mang's size was too big of a shock to them. Therefore, they did not dare to act rashly. At the same time, Meng Fei could not help but laugh. If they had Wang Mang's help, their rewards for this mission would probably be very bountiful. Therefore, although Meng Fei was curious, what agreement did Wang Mang reach with his team members? However, he also knew that now was not the time to ask. Thinking of this, Meng Fei suddenly said to Wang Mang, "Brother Python, let's do it. If their team comes, it won't be easy to deal with them." Hearing this, Wang Mang prepared to attack. However, at this critical moment, another muffled lion roar came from afar. This made Wang Mang, Meng Fei's team, and the others look back. In the distant forest, 2 lions that were even larger in size were walking towards them at a steady pace. These 2 lions, which were even larger in size, were really too big. They were even larger than the Bengal tiger, Meng Fei, and the 3 African lions from before. Seeing this scene, even Wang Mang could not help but be shocked. These 2 lions did not look much different from African lions. However, the difference in size was like heaven and earth. It was like the difference between a kitten and an adult cat. Moreover, these two mighty lions had thick and long manes on their necks. They looked even brighter and more domineering. Their bodies were nearly 6 meters long. Their limbs were strong and powerful. They gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Even Wang Mang could not help but be stunned. Could this be a giant lion? That was because it was impossible for ordinary African lions to grow to such a large extent. Then there was only one possibility. It was very likely that these two huge lions were not African lions, but a species of lion that he did not know about. Just as Wang Mang was guessing, the Bengal tiger, Meng Fei, explained, "Brother Python, be careful. They are two adult Cape lions, and a brutal lion. The one that reached 6 meters is the brutal lion. It is also the captain of the Little King team in this mission. The other lion is a Cape lion. It can be considered the vice captain of their Little King team." Hearing this, Wang Mang understood. No wonder these two lions were so much bigger than the other members. Thinking about it, these two huge lions could be called the captain and vice captain. Not only were they bigger than these African lions, but their combat strength was also much stronger. Thinking of this, Wang Mang gradually became serious. Although Wang Mang did not think that these guys could be his match, he still had to be cautious. At the same time, the two lions gathered beside the other 3 lions. In an instant, the 5 lions had already gathered together. The 5 lions were looking at the members on Meng Fei's side with a ferocious gaze. Of course, Wang Mang was obviously the focus of their attention. Even the 2 Cape lions and the brutal lion looked at Wang Mang with fear, because to them, the giant python in front of them was simply too big. Moreover, it was not an ordinary python. Obviously, the 2 captains had already recognized the identity of Wang Mang's python. This was not an ordinary python, but an extinct snake, the Titan python. Because of this, the 2 giant lions felt incredulous. The key was that the python in front of them was not a member of the beast god space. Moreover, according to their team members, it was very likely to be the legendary snake monster. Just this point alone made them value Wang Mang greatly. At this time, the Bengal tiger's heart became heavier when he saw the lineup of both sides. To be honest, he only knew that there were lions in Little King team, but he did not expect that Little King team was full of lions. Then, how strong was the King's team in this mission? Thinking of this, Meng Fei's heart became even gloomier. To be honest, even with Wang Mang's help, he felt a little uneasy. "Brother Giant Python, do you feel any pressure?" At this time, the big bear was also very stressed. "Yes, Brother Giant Python, can you beat them?" At this time, the gorilla was also very worried. Hearing this, Wang Mang said nonchalantly, "No problem. If I say no problem, then there's no problem." Obviously, the reason why Wang Mang had the confidence to say this was that he had poisonous fangs, peerless poisonous fangs. As long as he bit, no matter how strong the prey was, they would fall in a few minutes. This was also Wang Mang's trump card and confidence to not take these lions seriously. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the leading savage lion sneered. "All right, then I want to see how powerful you are." Obviously, Wang Mang was not afraid of them at all. His actions completely angered the 5 lions. After all, they were 5 lions. Even if they were full of fear towards Wang Mang, they still had their own pride. But now that Wang Mang was looking down on them, how could they not be angry? In an instant, the 5 lions approached Wang Mang. Needless to say, the scene of these 5 lions walking over side by side in a row was too strong. Chapter 31. With their lineup, they could probably sweep away all large predators in the wild. Wang Mang had seen a lot of brothers like the Lion Alliance in documentaries in the past. They could be said to be very powerful. They were almost invincible in the grassland. Therefore, if these 5 lions were placed on the grassland, they would be invincible. No wonder the Bengal Tigers team had also become one of the other 8 teams that had been hunted. However, Wang Mang was really not frightened by these 5 lions. He moved his body and pounced forward. However, what Wang Mang did not expect was that these 5 lions were even more ferocious. They directly rushed towards Wang Mang. "You're courting death." Wang Mang sneered and pounced towards one of the African lions. The other 4 lions immediately leaped away. Then they dodged Wang Mang's pouncing and directly pounced towards Wang Mang's body. At the same time, the African lion that Wang Mang had pounced on could not help but scream. This African lion's spine was bitten by Wang Mang. Its spine was even broken by Wang Mang's terrifying bite. This also caused this African lion to lose its combat strength. Then, this African lion was thrown a few meters away by Wang Mang. At the same time, Wang Mang's body was also being torn apart by the other 4 lions. At this moment, Wang Mang immediately felt a sharp pain coming from his body. He saw that the other 4 lions were tearing at his snake body very fiercely. In almost an instant, he was riddled with wounds. Not only that, Wang Mang also realized that the biting ability of these 4 lions was too terrifying. It had only been an instant. They had seriously injured him. If not for Wang Mang's skills, even with his size, he might not be able to defeat these 5 lions. Thinking of this, Wang Mang did not say anything and directly used his skills. Defense strengthening, super self-healing. As soon as these 2 skills were used, Wang Mang turned around and bit at the leading savage lion. The reason was none other than the fact that the savage lion had caused him the most damage. If Wang Mang did not have any skills, there was a high chance that he would be riddled with injuries even if he could kill this brutal lion. But what made Wang Mang a little helpless was that this brutal lion's reaction was too fast. The moment Wang Mang pounced on him, he jumped away and dodged Wang Mang's bloody mouth. The other Cape lion reacted quickly and was almost the second lion to dodge. Therefore, Wang Mang had no choice but to pounce on the remaining 2 slow African lions. Roar, roar. Accompanied by a blood-curdling roar, one of the African lions was directly bitten by Wang Mang. When the other African lion wanted to run, it was also entangled by Wang Mang's moving body. Wang Mang, who did the same thing again, directly bit off the African lion, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and a blood-curdling scream. Then, Wang Mang bit off the spine of another African lion that was entangled by him and let out a blood-curdling scream. In almost a moment, Wang Mang had already finished off 3 African lions. These 3 African lions had almost instantly lost their fighting strength. They could only lie on the ground and let out miserable roars, but they could not get up. Obviously, although they did not die, their backs were bitten off, and they could not fight at all. If this was in the wild African grassland, these lions could only wait for death. Of course, this did not mean that they were too weak, but that Wang Mang was too strong. Roar, roar. Damn it! This bastard bit off my spine. Captain, Vice Captain, be careful. This giant python is too strong. At this moment, the 3 African lions who had basically lost their fighting strength could not help but cry out in pain. Hearing this, the savage lion and Cape lion, who were not far away from Wang Mang, had ugly expressions. Obviously, Wang Mang's fighting strength was beyond their imagination. In just a few minutes, they had already lost 3 members. Especially when the savage lion and Cape lion saw the bloody wounds on Wang Mang's body healing, they were even more shocked and angry. This guy is too difficult to deal with. He probably has an extremely fast self-healing ability. If we can't kill him in one blow, it will be too difficult for us to kill him." At this time, the savage lion, who was the leader, said to the Cape lion beside him in a low voice, "Captain, what should we do now? Why don't we just call the king's team over to help?" After hearing this, the savage lion and Cape lion looked at each other and raised their heads to let out a low lion roar. This lion's roar was strong and penetrating. The voice was filled with anger and spread very far. In fact, because it was a lion's roar, many small and medium-sized animals nearby in the forest were frightened and fled in panic. Seeing this scene, the Bengal tiger, Wang Tung, could not help but exclaim, "Brother Giant Python, be careful. They are trying to attract the members of the king's team over." Hearing this, Wang Mang said indifferently, "No need. Even if they all come, let's deal with them together." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Bengal tiger, Meng Fei, could not help but smile bitterly. That's right. Wang Mang's strength was too terrifying. It had only been a few minutes, and he had already destroyed Lil Wang's team. At the same time, accompanied by the roars of the Cape lion and the savage lion. In the forest, the king's team, which was searching for and killing the other 8 teams, was also attracted. The king's team was naturally stronger than the African lions. They were very strong. That was because these were 5 Siberian tigers, and all of them were female Siberian tigers. Big Sis, it sounds like the voices of those 2 stinky lions. At this moment, a Siberian tiger that was more than 4 meters long suddenly spoke. Her voice was very pleasant and ethereal, giving people a refreshing and pure feeling. That's right. Big Sis, these 2 voices seem to be the voices of the Cape lion and the savage lion. If Wang Mang was here, he would definitely recognize the other voice as a Loli's voice. However, the owner of this Loli's voice was an even larger tiger that was more than 5 meters long. Hearing this, the giant Siberian tiger, which was more than 6 meters long, looked in the direction of the voice. On its huge and ferocious tiger head, the word king in the middle of its forehead was incomparably clear. Its pair of tiger eyes were extremely cold and flickered with coldness. Let's go and take a look first. It's really interesting to be able to make this annoying lion roar angrily. Its voice was very cold and had a feeling that it was thousands of miles away, like an iceberg. Obviously, this so-called king's team was a group of female tigers. Their bodies were all tigers, and they were the largest Siberian tigers. Chapter 32. It was precisely such a group of tigresses that could firmly suppress that group of lions. In addition, the strength of this group of tigresses was very strong as a whole. Only then could they firmly suppress that group of lions. In fact, this group of tigresses had even fought with lions before. However, the mission this time was the Big King and Little King survival mission. The Big King and Little King could not eliminate each other. Otherwise, this group of tigresses might even eliminate that group of lions. Of course, this did not mean that the strength of this group of tigresses could crush the lion. It could only be said that the strength of this group of tigresses and lions was indeed stronger than that group of lions. It was precisely because of this that this group of lions was very curious. Now, other than their Big King team, what other animal could make this group of lions angry? Soon, under the lead of the Big Sister, a group of northeastern tigers crossed the forest and ran towards the source of the lion's voice. At the same time, many people fishing in Huanshan Reservoir vaguely heard the strong roar of the lion earlier. Many people looked at the distant forest and looked at each other before starting to discuss. Dafei, did you hear that sound just now? It seems to be coming from the depths of the forest. At this moment, a middle-aged man asked the young man beside him. Hearing this, the young man nodded and said, "Uncle, I heard it just now." At this moment, a person beside him also said, "I heard it too. It should be a wild beast. It's just that the voice sounds very strong." I don't know if I heard wrongly, but I keep feeling that the voice is a little like the roar of a lion. Anyway, the sound is very similar. I've seen in the animal world. Most lions' roars are like that. This also makes me very curious. We don't have any lions here. Other than the zoo, it's possible if it's a tiger, but a lion shouldn't be. Hearing this young man's words, the two uncles who were fishing were stunned. They thought about it seriously and realized that it was true. They also felt that this low and strong roar was too similar to the lion roar in the animal world on television. However, in fact, they were not the only ones who were puzzled. Many people fishing around the reservoir were also attracted by this low and strong lion roar. This voice, it seems to be coming from the depths of the forest. This voice is indeed the voice of a lion. How is this possible? Other than the zoo in the country, there shouldn't be lions. This voice does sound like a lion. Let's go and take a look. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Shall we all go together? Let's go. Let's go take a look. For a moment, many people who came to the Huanshan Reservoir to fish were interested. These people gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and rushed toward the source of the sound. Moreover, many fishermen who liked to join in the fun temporarily gave up fishing out of curiosity and followed. It was precisely because someone had taken the lead that the other fishermen in Huanshan Reservoir put down their fishing rods and followed. At the same time, Wang Meng naturally had no idea that there were already a lot of people rushing over. Moreover, King's party, the so-called tigresses, were also rushing over. At this moment, Wang Meng wanted to take the opportunity to take down the brutal lion and the Cape lion. The problem was that as long as these two lions did not fight with him, they would not be able to do anything. In terms of speed, Wang Meng really couldn't do anything to these two guys. Helpless, Wang Meng's heart sank, and he said, "Meng Fei, send their teammates on their way." Since he couldn't kill these two guys, Wang Meng naturally decided to send these guys on their way first. Hearing this, the Bengal tiger Meng Fei's eyes lit up. At the same time, the big bear and the gorilla rushed toward the 3 African lions, excitedly. Seeing this scene, the savage lion and the Cape lion not far away were incomparably furious, but there was nothing they could do. Wang Meng, who was eyeing them covetously, would not give them a chance to save their teammates. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly as Meng Fei's team of 3 got rid of their teammates. "Damn it! Meng Fei, just you wait. Pray that you don't meet our Lion King's party in future missions." At this moment, the brutal lion looked at Meng Fei and the other team members coldly and said in a cold tone, if it was said that they were defeated by Meng Fei's strength without the help of external factors, then they might be convinced. However, the problem was that a weak team like Meng Fei was worthy of fighting with them. They didn't have the right to fight with them. It was because of this that Meng Fei's team used Wang Meng's strength to turn the tables. They went from prey to hunter, and this made them very angry. Therefore, if they had the chance to meet Meng Fei's team members in the future, they would not let them go so easily. However, in the face of the brutal lion's threat, Meng Fei and the others did not care and were not afraid at all. If threats were useful, what was the point of carrying out missions? They could just threaten them directly. Moreover, once there was a chance to become stronger, if they did not seize the opportunity, the gap between them and the other members of the beast god realm would only widen, because one step slower would always be slower. Often, the small gap between them would slowly be magnified in the later stages. Therefore, even if he had to meet the brutal lion's team in the next mission, he would not hesitate to attack, let alone the brutal lion's threat. In the end, it was the law of the jungle. Naturally, they would not be easily frightened by a light threat. Therefore, Meng Fei sneered and said, "I'm so scared. Do you want me to send myself up for you to kill?" Hearing Meng Fei's words, the big bear and the gorilla laughed even more arrogantly. This made the brutal lion and the Cape lion tremble in anger, because the three people in Meng Fei's team looked like villains who had succeeded. This was the reason why the brutal lion and the Cape lion were so exasperated. However, at this moment, footsteps and the sound of the wind came from afar. This also made Wang Mang, Meng Fei's team, and the others look over. At a glance, they could see that in the forest, not far away, 5 huge tigers were moving steadily as if they were stepping on the wind, roaring as they rushed over. These 5 Manchurian tigers were like kings of the jungle. They crossed the jungle one after another and galloped with the whistling of the wind. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was shocked. These 5 tigers were too big. Even the smallest of them was bigger than the 3 African lions from before. Among them, 2 of the tigers were close to 6 meters in size. The tiger in the lead was even more than 6 meters. To be honest, such a huge team was even more terrifying than the brutal lions group of lions from before. Chapter 33. At the same time, the group of Manchurian tigers who had rushed over also looked at the brutal lion and the Cape lion in surprise. At the same time, they also saw Meng Fei's team. However, when they saw Wang Mang, the group of Manchurian tigers could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God, what a huge snake! I'm most afraid of snakes." "Wow, big sister, look at this python. It's too big. This python shouldn't be a member of this mission. Why is there a python here?" "That's right. Big sister, you said you've seen a wild python before. Was it as big as this one? This python is too big. It's probably 20 meters long. When it stands up, it's 3 to 4 meters tall. It's so scary." The group of Siberian tigers exclaimed one after another and started talking at once. At the same time, they also looked at Wang Mang curiously. Obviously, they did not know where this python came from. Moreover, if they did not know why the brutal lion and the Cape lion were so angry before, they could guess it now. Only such a huge python could make the arrogant Lion King's team angry. At the same time, the leader of the Manchurian tigers also looked at the python in front of her with a pair of tiger eyes. This python was too big. It was actually 20 meters long. Although Wang Mang was not the biggest python she had ever seen, it could be ranked second. That was because she had once encountered a python that was even more terrifying than Wang Mang when she was on a mission in the Amazon. At that time, the python's body had already reached a length of more than 40 meters. Moreover, it was a wild python that was extremely ferocious. At that time, none of the teams in the beast god realm dared to provoke such a behemoth. She still remembered the scene she saw at that time. In the middle of a dense forest, there was a huge puddle lake. Beside this puddle lake was the giant python that she had seen before. It was nearly 40 meters long. This behemoth's body was as black as ink, and it coiled around a giant tree. Tower's huge snake head and snake body floated in the air, its bowl-sized snake eyes looking down at her. At that time, she had only seen it from a distance of 1,000 meters away. She would never forget that terrifying scene. She clearly remembered how terrifying that coiled monster was. 2 small fleshy horns had already grown out of that huge snake's head. Now that she thought about it, she felt a chill run down her spine, because at that time she was too insignificant. Although the giant python in front of her wasn't as terrifying as the one she had seen before, its 20-meter-long body still gave her a strong sense of oppression. This was because she knew how difficult it was for wild pythons to reach 20 meters in length. It could be said that other than the people in the beast god space, Wang Mang was the second wild giant python she had seen. Moreover, It was a giant python with a body length of 20 meters. When she was on a mission, she had seen a giant python many times, but it wasn't too exaggerated. The most exaggerated one was only 12 meters long. She hadn't even seen many pythons longer than 12 meters, let alone this 20-meter python in front of her. Moreover, the Wong Mang in front of her was too thick. In terms of size, it was really too big. It was much thicker than the 12-meter-long giant python she had seen before. If it was the 12-meter-long giant python she had seen before, the thickest one was only as thick as a person's waist. But how thick was the Wong Mang in front of her? His body was so thick that two people's waists were hugging each other. To put it bluntly, Wong Mang's size was really similar to the giant pythons in the movies. Therefore, while Wong Mang was shocked, this big sister was also shocked by Wong Mang. At this time, Brutal Lion, who was not far away, quickly said, "Tiger King, let's attack together and kill this guy. This guy is too strong. Even your king team can't defeat him. Only if we join forces will we have a chance to defeat this giant python. Moreover, this giant python is helping Meng Fei's team, so it will fight us sooner or later. You can't ignore it even if you want to, because as long as you want to complete the mission, you have to kill this guy." Hearing Brutal Lion's words, the big sister, who came back to her senses, coldly glanced at Brutal Lion. Then her gaze fell on Wong Mang. Seeing this scene, Wong Mang also sized up this group of tigresses for a while, but he didn't feel much pressure in his heart. However, Wong Mang could be sure that these 5 huge tigers were all female Siberian tigers. Wong Mang was certain of this point. Earlier, when the 5 or more tigers opened their mouths, Wong Mang was certain of it. Wong Mang could naturally tell that these 5 Siberian tigers' voices were all girls, and their voices were quite sweet and pleasant to listen to. He estimated that in real life, their appearance should be good. Of course, this was an analysis based on their voices. However, Wong Mang wouldn't let these 5 Siberian tigers go so easily. Whether it was the Siberian tigers, Brutal Lion, or African lions, none of them were heavy. None of them were light. Even the smallest African lion was estimated to weigh about 700 kilograms. As for the giants present, their weight should have reached around 1,500 jin, which was at least double. In other words, Wong Mang only needed to kill and devour all of these tigers and lions present. He could obtain at least 10,000 evolution points, and this was the least. Thinking to this point, Wong Mang's killing intent became even more intense. Looking at the Siberian tigers and lions in front of him, his gaze became even colder. "I'll help you get rid of them. Then you don't need me to do the rest of the mission." Wong Mang turned his head and looked at Meng Fei and the other 2 as he spoke. Hearing this, Meng Fei, Black Bear, and Gorilla nodded and said, "Brother Giant Python, as long as they don't threaten us, the other teams won't be much of a threat to us." "That's right, Brother Giant Python. As long as we deal with these 2 teams, the other teams will be easy for us. They won't be much of a threat to us." Hearing the words of Meng Fei's team, Wong Mang nodded his head and then set his target on the group of Siberian tigers. In the next moment, Wong Mang suddenly moved. His speed was as fast as lightning as he rushed towards the group of Siberian tigers. Seeing this scene, the group of tigresses turned pale with fright. They didn't expect that Wong Mang would actually make a move just like that. Even if this giant python was very scary, they weren't easy to bully. They were a group of Siberian tigers. Moreover, they had a total of 5 members. In addition, there was also the Brutal Lion and the Cape Lion. These 2 lions. Chapter 34. Could it be that the python in front of them overestimated itself and thought that it could defeat so many of them? Thinking of this, the Siberian tigers present were furious. Their true forms were Siberian tigers. Even if they had experienced missions in the past, They had never been afraid of anyone. However, Wang Mang was good. He directly attacked. He did not take them seriously at all. In an instant, the 5 tigresses were furious. Similarly, the brutal lion and the Cape lion, who had been extremely aggrieved earlier. After seeing this scene, they pounced on Wang Mang without hesitation. In an instant, Wang Mang could be said to have been beaten up by a group. Not only that, when Wang Mang pounced on this group of tigresses, only then did Wang Mang realize that the reaction speed of this group of tigresses was really much faster than the 3 African lions from before. It could be said that Wang Mang's pounce did not succeed at all. He did not bite any of the Siberian tigers. Not only that, Wang Mang felt intense pain all over his body. When he turned around, he realized that the 5 Siberian tigers were biting him from all parts of his body. Not only that, but the brutal lion and the Cape lion were also doing the same. It could be said that at this moment, the 5 northeastern tigers and the 2 lions seized the opportunity to bite him. Furthermore, his body was riddled with wounds. There were a total of 7 places where his flesh was badly mangled. At the same time, as Wang Mang turned around, the Siberian tigers and the 2 lions quickly jumped away. Vaguely, the 5 Siberian tigers and the lions had formed an encirclement. Wang Mang knew that as long as he attacked again, the Siberian tigers and the 2 lions would attack him again. Because of this, Wang Mang did not act rashly. He was waiting for an opportunity to attack again. He arched his 4 to 5 meter tall snake head and stared coldly at the 5 Siberian tigers and the 2 lions that surrounded him. Meng Fei's team, who were watching from afar, could not help but sweat for Wang Mang. There was no need to mention how heaven-defying such a lineup was. They were even a little worried about whether Wang Mang could win. If Meng Fei had encountered such a lineup, he would have fled without hesitation. This was because when an ordinary team encountered such a terrifying lineup, it was basically impossible for an ordinary team to contend against. At the same time, Wang Mang also had a headache. The reaction speed of the 5 northeastern tigers and lion in front of him was too fast. Wang Mang didn't even know if he could catch one of them the next time he made a move. However, if he couldn't catch them, it would be really difficult for him to kill these 5 northeastern tigers and 2 lions. However, Wang Mang quickly thought of a way to deal with them. Without hesitation, he pounced on the largest Siberian tiger. Seeing this scene, the big sister of the Manchurian tiger secretly sneered and easily jumped away to avoid Wang Mang's cobra-like attack. At the same time, the other northeastern tigers and the 2 lions seized the opportunity and rushed towards Wang Mang again, preparing to take revenge on Wang Mang again. However, Wang Mang, who had already used his skills, had never thought of pouncing on the largest northeastern tiger. Clearly, Wang Mang had an ulterior motive. After failing to pounce, Wang Mang had already accumulated power and was waiting to release it. He had already used his defensive enhancement skill. At the same time, his sharp tail was like a ruthless whip, whistling over with a strong wind. Seeing this scene, the northeastern tiger and the 2 lions, who were preparing to launch another sneak attack, turned pale with fright. They didn't expect that Wang Mang's true target this time wasn't their big sister, but instead, they were the target of his attack. Fortunately, this group of northeastern tigers reacted very quickly. In almost an instant, they jumped away and dodged Wang Mang's tail. At the same time, the brutal lion quickly jumped away. However, when the Cape lion wanted to dodge, it was already too late. That was because the Cape lion was the closest to Wang Mang's tail. Although it was the most difficult for Wang Mang to pounce on him, it was also the easiest for him to hit him with his tail. It was so much so that the enormous Cape lion directly let out a miserable cry and was sent flying by Wang Mang's tail. Furthermore, Wang Mang did not know how strong Wang Mang was, but his bite force could easily bite prey that weighed nearly 2 tons. Therefore, Wang Mang's tail sent the Cape Lion flying, causing it to smash into a big tree. Then it fell to the ground and twitched in a sorry state. At a glance, the Cape Lion's 2 hind legs had been broken by Wang Mang's tail. This caused the Cape Lion to twitch and struggle on the ground, letting out a low and painful roar. Seeing this scene, the brutal lion's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "Second brother." After saying that, he quickly retreated, looking at the Cape Lion that had fallen to the ground and lost its ability to fight and could not even get up. He could not help but feel his heart sink. He did not expect Wang Mang's attack to be so fierce. With a swing of his tail, it directly made his team's vice-captain lose his ability to fight, and 2 of his hind legs were broken. This made the brutal lion even more ferocious and ugly. He knew that he was not far from failure in this mission. At this time, the Cape Lion that had fallen to the ground and could not get upset in a painful tone, "Captain, be careful. Don't worry about me." Hearing this, the brutal lion nodded with an ugly expression. That was because he could only give up on his team's vice-captain, who had lost his ability to fight. Because in the following battle, the Cape Lion could no longer provide any fighting power. Instead, it had become a burden. Then, the brutal lion slowly raised his head and surrounded Wang Mang again with a gloomy heart. At this moment, the 5 northeastern tigers and the brutal lion all experienced Wang Mang's cunning and difficult to deal with. Obviously, it was not so easy for them to deal with Wang Mang easily. Once Wang Mang seized the opportunity, the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. That was because not only could Wang Mang attack with his snake head, but he could also attack with his tail. Especially earlier, Wang Mang's fierce tail had broken the Cape Lion's legs. Imagine that. If that attack had landed on them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even if they were northeastern tigers, they probably would not have had a good ending. Because of this, they could either swarm forward and fight Wang Mang to the death, or they could drag it out and slowly let Wang Mang seize the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Let's attack together. If we continue to fight like this, we won't be able to do anything to him. At this time, the leader of the northeastern tigers, Big Sis, spoke slowly.